Chapter 696. Deputy Yi is truly a godly person. When Palace Master was here, although the four forces didn't dare to press too hard, the overall situation in Blood Battle Ocean was still a notch above Dragon God Celestial Palace. After Palace Master went into seclusion, our Dragon God Celestial Palace didn't have a big victory. Occasionally we would turn the tables, but it didn't matter. Yeah, it's only been an hour and we've already killed more than 2,000 people. This is definitely a big victory. Previously, Yi Qin was only famous in Azure Dragon Hall. The other three halls didn't know much about Yi Qin, thinking that it was a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. But now the experts of the three halls were filled with reverence for Yi Qin. In their eyes, Yi Qin wasn't the Azure Dragon Hall leader, but he was even more powerful. Yi Qin, with you here, the situation in Blood Battle Ocean is under our control. Mo Feng sighed endlessly. Who could have expected that a single Yi Qin could flip the situation in Blood Battle Ocean upside down? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would have doubted it. I only have some special abilities. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts could only cover 100 li, while Yi Qin could cover 500 li. This was a huge advantage that couldn't be crossed. If he didn't have soul power, Yi Qin wouldn't be able to take the initiative and toy with the enemy. Special abilities are also a part of your strength. You're more suited for battle than us, the Black Dragon Hall leader said. Yi Qin faintly smiled, not saying anything. Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect's experts had better luck. En route, they bumped into each other. Their numbers reached more than 3,000, and they were majestically rushing over. What welcomed them were 5,000 people, an increase of 2,000. Retreat. The black-robed leader's expression changed drastically as he roared. Chase. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qin and the other three palaces converged and chased after them. The reason why they did not surround them was because they did not have enough people. Normally, it would only make sense to surround them if they had 3 times more people than the enemies. Otherwise, it would give the enemies a chance to take them out one by one. After all, this was not a normal army but an army made up of astral-reaching realm warriors and above. Both sides, one in front and one behind, madly chased after each other. However, in terms of average strength, Dragon God Celestial Palace was undoubtedly superior to the other four forces. Their overall speed was much higher. Roughly 2 hours later, the distance between the two sides had shrunk to 30 li, reaching the optimal attacking distance. Without the need for Yi Qin's order, everyone unleashed their ultimate moves, attacking the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect. Rumble. The experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect had no choice but to join hands to set up a defense. But as a result, their speed gradually slowed down, and it became even more difficult to get rid of Yi Qin and the rest. 5,000 people launched a joint attack, shaking the enemy camp's Zhenyuan barrier to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Ripples spread out in all directions, and from time to time, there would be people spitting out blood as they were injured. Elder Zhao, what should we do? The black-robed leader of Black King Gate looked at the green-robed leader of Water Wave Sect. The green-robed old man's face was extremely unsightly as he said word by word, "If this goes on, our casualties will only increase. Once it accumulates to a certain extent, we won't even have the qualifications to fight to the death with them. At present, the best method is to counterattack and fight to the death with them." Can we fight? Even if we can't, we still have to fight. Our numbers aren't small, 3,200 people, while the other side has 5,000. It's not like we don't have the power to fight. Alright, let's fight. The black-robed man was not an indecisive person. Being forced into desperate straits, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had turned from a human into a ferocious beast. All-out counterattack. Finally, the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect no longer blindly fled. Instead, they turned around, preparing to fight to the death with Yi Qin and the rest. Kill. There was no need for words between the two sides. The moment they met, they would kill. Thousands of attacks blasted together, turning the area between the two sides into a starry river of death. Anyone who entered would instantly be blasted into dregs, leaving not even bones behind. At this moment, individual battle strength was no longer important. Even Yi Qin couldn't contend against thousands of people. The moment he was alone, he would be killed in an instant. Of course, if he wholeheartedly wanted to escape, no matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to stop Yi Qin. Using the defensive sword art, Yi Qin's speed was already not inferior to the attack speed of ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. He could completely shake off the attacks. Ping 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 ping. The battle of thousands of people was too spectacular, too frightening. Both sides no longer had any other thoughts. The only thought on their minds was to use their best moves. As for anything else, they couldn't be bothered to think about it. This battle lasted for an hour. Finally, the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect began to show signs of decline. The reason they were able to resist until now was because the attacks of Yi Qin and the rest were too concentrated. A lot of them were wasted. After all, Jin Yuan could be fused together for a short period of time, but killing moves and the like were very hard to fuse. The moment they came into contact, they would cancel each other out, turning into pure Jin Yuan. However, an advantage was an advantage. As time passed, Yi Qin's side maintained their peak condition. On the other hand, the other side, due to going all out, started to show signs of exhaustion. This was especially true for the astral reaching experts. Because they had swallowed a large amount of pellets, the purity of their Jin Yuan kept dropping, greatly reducing their attack power. On the other hand, on Yi Qin's side, the frequency of their astral reaching experts taking pellets was less than half of the other side. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't need to put in so much effort. Rumble. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect could no longer maintain the situation. A gap was blasted open on the left side, and hundreds of people turned into a part of the Zhen Yuan, turning into ashes. Only bits and pieces of storage rings were left behind, falling into the ocean. Everyone hold on. Killing one is breaking even, killing two is killing one. The green-robed old man attacked while boosting the morale. Hall leader is right. Since we're all going to die, we might as well drag one down with us. Without a doubt, desperate situations could make people go crazy and hysterical. This kind of hysteria in an army composed of ordinary people would only be a bad thing. However, in a sect war, it could often erupt with frightening might. Even the weakest among them was early astral reaching realm. Their potential was far greater than ordinary people. In a state of selflessness, they could even burn their life force. Swoosh. The attacks were concentrated on purpose. Yi Qin's side also lost dozens of people. Of course, they were already prepared. Their numbers reached several thousand, so it would be impossible for them not to lose one person. If both sides had 10 times more people, with each side having several tens of thousands of people, Yi Qin would at most have the confidence to defeat the other side, but it would be impossible for him to completely annihilate the other side. This was the unknown brought by quantity. Unfortunately, the eruption of potential had a limit, and it couldn't be continued forever. Moreover, Yi Qin's side didn't dare to be negligent. Each and every one of them had their nerves stretched to the limit. Their offensive power increased by 100 feet, once again suppressing the other side and increasing the number of kills to 700. As their numbers decreased, it was like a vicious cycle. The number of casualties kept increasing, and the more casualties there were, the more they couldn't hold on. It was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, becoming more and more ridiculous. They were only a step away from being completely routed. We can't hold on any longer. Find an opportunity and run. The green-robed old man knew that the defeat was already decided, so he transmitted to the black-robed leader of Black King Gate. I know. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. When the casualties of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect reached 2,000, dozens of figures suddenly separated from the group and flew towards the back. The two leading them were the green-robed old man and the black-robed man. You guys continue the attack, I'll chase. Yi Qin soared into the sky, and 5 sword lights appeared around his body. The sword lights were different from before, and they seemed to be moving backwards. With a swish, Yi Qin turned into a cyan sword light and disappeared in a flash. Haha, how can I be left out? The leader of the Red Dragon Hall led a dozen people and chased after Yi Qin. Soon after, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall and the leader of the White Dragon Hall, Mo Feng, also led a dozen people and soared into the sky. It didn't matter if they stayed or not. If 4,000 people couldn't even take down 1,000 enemies, then they might as well just smash their heads against the wall. In fact, the situation was even better than they had imagined. Seeing that their hall leaders had escaped, how could the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect still have the mood to fight? They all scattered in all directions, thinking that they would have a chance to escape in the chaos. However, doing so would only make them die faster. A random wave of attacks would be enough to annihilate them one by one. Brother son, let's split up. The green-robed old man and the black-robed man split into 2 groups and fled. Yi Qin, who was chasing after them, gave up on the black-robed man and chased after the green-robed old man alone. The leader of the White Dragon Hall, Mo Feng, was afraid that something might happen to Yi Qin, so he also chased after the green-robed old man. As for the leaders of the Black Dragon Hall and the Red Dragon Hall, they chased after the black-robed man together. Although the sword light flying art was not as fast as the Imperial sword flying art, it was Yi Chen's special ability after all. With a flicker he could cover several li. Soon, the distance between him and the green-robed old man was less than 50 li. "Kid, you're courting death." The green-robed old man's eyes flickered with a green light. He suddenly turned around and led 20 people toward Yi Chen. He didn't believe that Yi Chen alone could fight against 20 of them. It should be known that his strength was also very high, and he was absolutely a hall leader level expert. Even if he was alone, he might not be afraid of Yi Chen. 20 people charged forward aggressively like tigers and wolves. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink. 50 li, 40 li, 35 li. Not good. Mo Feng's complexion changed as he hurriedly yelled to the people behind him, "Hurry up and support Deputy Yi." Yes. The people Mo Feng brought were all great experts with late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles and could hold their own. Seeing that Yi Chen was in danger, they secretly increased their speed, surpassing their own limits. Facing 20 people, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Holding the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. The tip of the sword emitted a dark golden radiance. Go to hell. When the distance between them was only 30 li, the green-robed old man and the 20 people beside him simultaneously roused their Zhen Yuan, preparing to unleash their ace attacks. Unfortunately, even though they were fast, Yi Chen was even faster. Gold ripple. The Thunder Disaster Sword descended, and a dark golden ripple light beam shot out. Wherever it went, the sky darkened and a dark golden trace streaked across. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Without any suspense, the 20 people, including the green-robed old man, were turned into ashes by this sword attack. Upper-grade artifacts and storage rings flew everywhere, flickering with light. At this point, this operation was nearing completion. Under the leadership of Yi Chen, the total losses of the four opposing forces had reached a frightening level. Moreover, Yi Chen's battle record was also at a frightening level. In the history of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, perhaps no one could compete with him in battle record. Chapter 697. Mo Feng had long since known that Yi Chen's strength was at the inhuman level. He had sparred with Yi Chen many times in South Rudra region. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen had already reached the level where he could instantly kill dozens of people. It should be known that his opponents were not ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts, but late Sea of Soul Realm experts. Especially the green-robed old man. As the leader of Water Wave sect, his strength could only be higher than Mo Feng's. However, in front of Yi Chen he was no different from an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. "I'm afraid this guy is only one step away from half-step King Realm," Mo Feng said inwardly. In terms of profound will and battle experience, half-step kings were not much more powerful than peak masters. Their strength lay in their Zhen Yuan. Life and Death Realm Zhen Yuan was called King Zhen Yuan, while half-step King Zhen Yuan was called half-step King Zhen Yuan. Half-step King Zhen Yuan was no longer a liquid Zhen Yuan, but a solid one. It could easily condense into a Zhen Yuan crystal. Even if this Zhen Yuan crystal lost control, it wouldn't dissipate and would continue to exist. Most importantly, Zhen Yuan crystals could be provided to others for cultivation, and were classified as half-step extreme-grade energy crystals. It was said that King Zhen Yuan could even condense into all kinds of gems, diamonds, and even some special crystals. Moreover, the hardness of the things condensed by King Zhen Yuan was far beyond ordinary. For example, a Zhen Yuan gem was at least 10 times harder than a gem of the same grade. Putting away the storage ring and some damaged upper-grade artifacts, Yi Chen turned around and said, "Big brother Mo, you go back and take charge of the situation. I'll go check out the situation on the other side." The leader of Black King sect was not much weaker than the leaders of Red Dragon Hall and Black Dragon Hall. If he had some life-saving secret arts, he might be able to escape from the hands of the two. Yi Chen had to go and take a look. "Alright, I don't think I'll be needed." Mo Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and led his people back the way they came. Waiting until Mo Feng and the others were far away, the gold sword on Yi Chen's back automatically took out of its scabbard, turning into a beam of gold light that appeared right in front of him. Stepping on it, Yi Chen pushed his Zhen Yuan and soul power. The gold sword carried Yi Chen and shot out with dozens of times the speed of sound, leaving a clear sword mark in the air that did not disappear for a long time. "Haha, just the two of you want to keep me here?" The black-robed man was fighting the Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master alone. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage, he was still undefeated. It wasn't because he was stronger than the other two. In fact, the three of them were about the same. However, the black-robed man had an extremely powerful water ultimacy defensive martial art. This defensive martial art was like a ball of pale green water that wrapped around the black-robed man. When the attacks of the Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master landed on it, they were either weakened or deflected. They only had 30 to 40% of their power left. This guy is so powerful. Watch my Scarlet Python Silk Palm. The Red Dragon Hall Master was a hot-tempered man. After attacking for a long time without success, his eyes opened wide like two bronze bells. With a roar he threw out a palm attack. 4 to 46 flame pythons coiled around the black-robed man's body, strangling him. Break! The black-robed old man's face turned red as he threw out a palm attack, shattering 9 flame pythons in an instant. Extermination space-shattering cut. The Black Dragon Hall Master's weapon was a semi-extreme grade black blade. As he waved it out, a blade light with extermination chi slashed at the green water around the black-robed man's body. Although the blade did not cut through the green water, it still left a gap. Haha. The Crimson Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master had a tacit understanding. The moment the saber beam slashed a hole in the green wave, they immediately controlled a flaming python to enter. However, the black-robed man was no pushover either. The green wave condensed into a solid state, trapping the flaming python inside and preventing it from entering. Unfortunately, the Red Dragon Hall Master's goal had been achieved. Explode! The Red Dragon Hall Master roared, and the flame python immediately exploded, blowing up the green water and splashing water everywhere. Half of the black-robed man's body was scorched black, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. The two of you will die in my hands one day. The black-robed man groaned as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his hair was disheveled. Let's talk about that after you leave this place alive. As the Red Dragon Hall Master spoke, the 6 flame pythons around the black-robed man also exploded. The surging flames collided and formed a huge flaming mushroom cloud. Water transformation escape. At this moment, the black-robed man's figure turned into a green stream, escaping into the distance. His speed was so fast that it left no trace. Not good. The Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master's expressions changed as they chased after him. The black-robed man seemed to have used a secret art that overdrafted his potential. His speed became faster and faster, leaving the 2 dozens of li behind. It looked like they would not be able to catch up. Abruptly rip. A black sword light flickered and the green stream was cut in 2. The black-robed man did not even have the time to let out a scream before he was dismembered. The one who killed the black-robed man was none other than Yi Qin. He had sensed the black-robed man from several hundred li away. Switching from Imperial Sword Flight to Sword Light Flight Art, he charged at the black-robed man at his highest speed and slashed at close range. Deputy Yi. The Red Dragon Hall Master heaved a sigh of relief. Are you two all right? The Red Dragon Hall Master smiled and said, what could happen to us? But I didn't expect this guy to have so many life-saving methods. First, it was the green water wave, then the super powerful water escape art. Although the black-robed man's battle strength was comparable to the 2, it would be difficult for the 2 to take him down even if they joined hands. Thinking about it, it made sense. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to kill an expert of the same level, unless the opponent did not run away, it would require 3 people to have a chance. Not everyone was as all-round as Yi Qin. By the time the 3 returned to the battlefield, the battle had already ended. The troops of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect had been completely annihilated, while Dragon God Celestial Palace's side had lost more than 200 people. In this battle, the 4 opposing forces had lost 6,000 troops. It had to be said that it was extremely bitter, and they would probably not be able to recover for a long time. After returning to the Azure Dragon Hall, this great news spread at an astonishing speed, and Yi Qin once again became the focal point. Many people called Yi Qin the war god of Dragon God Celestial Palace. With him, the army of Dragon God Celestial Palace would be invincible. Yi Qin had made such a huge contribution, so the rewards were naturally not lacking. Although most of the rewards were useless to him, Yi Qin had Yi family and Sky Cloud sect. The more rewards the better. After all, although his status was high, Dragon God Celestial Palace was not founded by him. He could at most take some things that were useful to him. He couldn't very well use his position to take away a large amount of resources for Yi family and Sky Cloud sect. Apart from the rewards, Dragon God Celestial Palace also awarded Yi Qin a Dragon God Medal. This medal was the highest honor of an individual in Dragon God Celestial Palace. It was also a special artifact that could store a large amount of zhenyuan, roughly equivalent to a third of Yi Chen's zhenyuan. It was absolutely priceless. As for the others, apart from the rewards, they also received a medal. For example, Lin Songhai, Chen Yusin, and Luo Yunsong, as disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace, each received an Iron Blood Medal, which was ranked 3rd. The other 3 Hall Masters received Battle Dragon Medal, which was similar to the Iron Blood Medal. In short, the number of medals awarded this time was much more than in the past 10 years, because the achievements of the past 10 years couldn't compare to this one. Time flew by in a leisurely manner. On the boundless blood battle ocean, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. The battle had already entered its final stage. Dark Devour. Beside Yi Chen, a purple-robed masked woman formed a seal with both hands. Her movements were so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Outside her body, waves of deep dark power rippled out. Pop. Near the enemy's leader, a collapsing and rotating dark sphere appeared. This dark sphere was like a black hole, emitting a frightening gravitational force. It immediately swallowed this powerful enemy, leaving no bones behind. Soon after, the dark sphere swelled a few times and twisted, seeming as if it was about to collapse. Then the storage ring and the upper-grade artifact were spat out. Powerful. Yi Chen praised. He could tell that this dark devour of Murong Qingqing was created by imitating a black hole. It had a devouring effect, and would only dissipate after devouring a sufficient amount of mass. In other words, one couldn't avoid this killer move without paying a price. If one didn't have enough strength, they would only be devoured. The structure is still not too stable unless I can see a real black hole. Murong Qingqing blinked her eyes, somewhat dissatisfied. You can't become fat in one bite. Although we can't go to the starry sky, True Spirit Continent has some dangers similar to black holes. If there's an opportunity, we'll certainly see it. Time passed by in a flash. Half a month ago, Murong Qingqing finally created her own dark profound martial skill, Dark Devour. Although this profound martial skill had yet to be perfected, its lethality wasn't weak. Even against experts of the same level, it would have a certain effect. Therefore, Murong Qingqing temporarily put aside her bitter cultivation and came to Dragon God Celestial Palace. She had long since known that Yi Chen and Su Jing had a tacit understanding. This time she had come to see Su Jing. Unfortunately, Su Jing had been in seclusion for many years, and no one knew what her seclusion signified. In short, Murong Qingqing subconsciously believed that Su Jing was her greatest rival. Although she didn't really reject Su Jing, she always had a sense of crisis, and couldn't act as if nothing had happened. In this 1 year, Yi Chen had experienced dozens of battles, big and small. Every battle ended with victory. In these battles, the 4 opposing forces were on guard and began to be cautious. Therefore, although victory belonged to Yi Chen, the number of times he was completely annihilated was few and far between. The situation in Blood Battle Ocean had also gradually stabilized, with both sides restraining themselves and no longer acting unscrupulously. After such a long period of battle, Yi Chen felt somewhat bored. He had already thought of resigning from his position and returning to the continent. The current leader of Azure Dragon Hall was none other than the 18th Elder of the Elders Association, Elder Yu. He had been temporarily acting as the leader for more than a year. Although his strength was inferior to Wei Long Tao's, and even inferior to the leaders of Black Dragon Hall, Red Dragon Hall, and White Dragon Hall, he wasn't weak either. He had a very close relationship with Yi Chen. The battles were simply too easy, and the enemy simply couldn't raise any waves. Murong Qingqing said, "During your absence, the continent has experienced a storm. Right now, although the first rank is still yours, the following ranks have been occupied by other geniuses. Duguju is ranked 2nd, Dantai Mingyue is ranked 3rd, Bai Wuxia is 4th, Yan Fengfeng is 5th, Lu Xiaoyu is 8th, and Xiaohozuan is 9th. Situ Hao, who exchanged the defensive sword art with you, is full of momentum, surpassing Godly Shark Princess and Xiao Chuha, who are not active on the continent. Bai Minghui is ranked 16th and Chu Zhongtian is ranked 18th. Moreover, Duguju had once defeated an old monster who was equally famous as Sky Sword Master, Nirvana Blade Master. The change is indeed great." Yi Chen didn't feel surprised. For the older generation masters, a year's time couldn't make much progress. However, for the peak geniuses, it was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. He didn't doubt that he wouldn't be able to keep his first rank in the ranking. The competition was too intense. Chapter 698. As time passed, the frequency of battles in Blood Battle Ocean became lower and lower. In the past, there would be at least a dozen battles in a month. Now, one battle a month was already not bad. Both sides seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. When one side was transporting resources, the other side wouldn't ambush the other, and when the other side was transporting resources, the other side wouldn't ambush the other. Otherwise, they would have to fight for their lives. Clearly, neither side had made any preparations. Dragon God Celestial Palace was uncertain because Dragon King hadn't come out of seclusion. The four opposing forces were also apprehensive of Dragon King, afraid of going too far. Once Dragon King came out of seclusion, they would inevitably seek justice. Without battles, Yi Qin naturally didn't intend to stay. He had come to Dragon God Celestial Palace precisely to redeem the situation, and he had already accomplished more than he could. On this day, Yi Qin arrived at the headquarters of Dragon God Celestial Palace and resigned from the position of Azure Dragon Hall Deputy. Although the elders of Elders Association were reluctant, they knew that they couldn't force him to stay. Moreover, Blood Battle Ocean was currently peaceful. Keeping Yi Qin here would only be a waste of time. Let's go. Inside the hall, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing entered the conveyor gate. South Rudra Sect, Conveyor Chamber, buzz. Two figures walked out of the conveyor gate. Yi Qin. Long Bai was waiting outside the conveyor gate. Upon seeing Yi Qin, her face revealed a faint smile. Sect Leader Long. Yi Qin cupped his fists. This time it's all thanks to you. I didn't expect that you alone could reverse the situation in Blood Battle Ocean. Long Bai was in a good mood. It was no wonder that Yi Qin had resolved the crisis of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Back then, when Yi Qin had gone, she had never thought that Yi Qin would help Dragon God Celestial Palace suppress the four opposing forces. As long as they could maintain the situation, it would be fine. It could be said that Yi Qin's performance had far exceeded her expectations, frightening her. Yi Qin said, "To help Dragon God Celestial Palace overcome this crisis, Yi Qin is very honored. Sect Leader Long, don't regard me as an outsider. Moreover, I'm also a member of Dragon God Celestial Palace." That's true. Long Bai smiled. Although Yi Qin had resigned from his position as the Azure Dragon Hall's Vice Hall Master, he was still the esteemed Dragon God Envoy. After chatting with Long Bai for a while, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing returned to the Yi clan. In the past year, Yi Qin had come back 3 times. With the teleportation gate, it was very convenient. If it weren't for the fact that teleportation consumed a lot of top-grade spirit stones, Yi Qin could have come back once a day. After fighting for more than a year, Yi Qin was also a little tired. In the following week, he did not cultivate, nor did he think too much about things. Every day he lived a leisurely life, chatting with his parents, playing with his younger brother and sister, or spending time with Murong Qingqing. During this period of time, Yi Qin had gone through the most important baptism of his life. One night, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing joined together. That night, the two tossed and turned until the next morning. Murong Qingqing's body was extremely perfect, smooth like silk, tall and slender, neither too thin nor too voluptuous. Due to the 2C of Soul Realm cultivation base, their endurance was astonishing. A night of absurdity had instead left them in high spirits. Vaguely, the two's temperament had somewhat changed. At least on the next day when Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing saw Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing, they faintly smiled as if they knew something. Yi Qin was already 27 years old. This was the first time he had lost his virginity, so he was always a bit impulsive. Whenever he had the chance, he would make love to Murong Qingqing. Moreover, Murong Qingqing's charm was really huge. Due to the fact that she trained demon power, her demon body gave people a noble and alluring feeling, as if she was a combination of angel and demon. On the bed, Murong Qingqing was very proactive, which was completely different from her usual calmness. All in all, in this short period of time, the two enjoyed a life that could only be envied by lovebirds, and were extremely grateful. The morning air was fresh and moist, and the chirping of birds could be heard from outside. Opening his eyes, Yi Qin looked at Murong Qingqing lying beside him and revealed a trace of a smile. In his sight, Murong Qingqing's jade-like body was lying horizontally, only covered by a thin piece of silk. Her stunning curves could not be covered at all. Her perky buttocks were half covered, revealing a snow-white bulge. Her chest had an exaggerated curve, seeming to be even fuller than before. Under the silk, 2 protruding points could be seen. How many times did we do it yesterday? It should be 5 times. With a bitter smile, Yi Qin got off the bed naked and went to the bathroom to wash his body. After washing up, Murong Qingqing had already woken up. She stretched, and the silk on her body immediately slid down. Little vixen. Yichen walked over and kissed her. Murong Qingqing blinked her eyes, enjoying the kiss. After tossing and turning for a long time, Yichen finally walked out of the bedroom and arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was one of the most luxurious courtyards of the Yi family. There was a forest, a lake, a garden, and even a rock garden, as well as a pavilion. It was like a small paradise. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen arrived before the lake with his long sword. Chop. Grabbing the air with both hands, Yichen chopped down. Whoosh. The air surged and a straight mark appeared on the lake. Strange. My Zhenyuan seems to have grown a lot. I'm about to break through to late Sea of Soul realm. Yichen could feel the surging Zhenyuan in his body like a torrential river. It was endless and filled with a kind of tension. Without thinking too much, Yichen calmed his mind and gradually entered a state of cultivation. Currently, other than the void-shattering finger, the golden ripple, the sword control art, and the blood-severing ghost finger, all of his other martial arts had long reached perfection. As for void-shattering finger, Yichen had already reached 90% completion more than a year ago. Although perfection was not that easy to reach, Yichen had a feeling that as long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to reach greater completion and reach 100% completion. On the other hand, the gold ripple was much more difficult. This was a high-rank profound martial art. After more than a year of bitter training and tempering, he had only managed to raise it from 30 to 40% to 40 to 50%. However, this was already very terrifying. In terms of power, it was close to the defensive sword technique and was not much weaker than it. Yichen had always believed that exchanging the defensive sword art with Situ Hao was his greatest harvest. Currently, the defensive sword art was still at the peak of the second layer. However, be it speed or offense, it was not second place. It was definitely a killer move. Situ Hao being able to shine so brightly on the master's list was unknown to Yichen, but it was not important. Even if the latter were to be ranked second or even push him down, Yichen would not regret it. The latter was able to surpass him because of his talent. Without talent, even if the best resources were given to him, he would not be able to achieve much. At most, he would only be able to become a rare expert. Since the defensive sword art was powerful enough, Yichen would not look down on the blood-severing ghost finger. This finger art was too strange. As soon as the finger slashed out, a strange scene appeared. The white-robed departed soul's figure became increasingly clear. Once Yichen even saw it smiling at him. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not because it was too real. It was hard to tell the difference. Perhaps Dragon King knew what was going on, but he was in seclusion. The peak of the second layer of the defensive sword art has stabilized enough. Now I can attempt the third layer. The third realm would allow him to create Zhenyuan flying swords. With his soul power and sword intent, the power of one Zhenyuan flying sword would be able to instantly kill a top master level warrior. If he were to use 100 or even 1,000 swords at the same time, its power would be unimaginable. Of course, in the history, the highest power of Sea of Souls realm sword artist was 72 swords at the same time. Legend had it that someone had reached 81 swords at the same time, but no one knew if it was true or not. Southern Sector, Golden Sand Region. In a super luxurious restaurant, Chu Zhongtian and the geniuses of Golden Sand Region were drinking. Sitting next to Chu Zhongtian was his junior sister, Rakshasa. She had purple hair and purple eyes, looking extremely enchanting. She had a fiery figure and a bewitching appearance. Brother Chu, you are now the most famous figure in our southern sector. Allow me to offer you a toast. Clearly, the geniuses of Golden Sand Region all looked up to Chu Zhongtian. After all, Chu Zhongtian used to be a tycoon of southern sector. And now, Chu Zhongtian was already an expert of the master's ranking, ranked within the top 20. This glory was enough to shock the entire southern sector. Although Edict Prince and Thunder Princess were still dazzling, they paled in comparison to Chu Zhongtian. Because of his relationship with Chu Zhongtian's sect could be said to be unparalleled in the southern sector. There were many youngsters who joined the sect. No matter what, a 5th grade sect was still a 5th grade sect. It was a king sect, not something small sects could compare with. Chu Zhongtian's expression was indifferent, without any pretense. However, everyone was used to this side of Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian spoke in a pleasant manner, it would be surprising. Eldest brother, let me pour you some wine. Rakshasa's name was Zhou Meiting, and she was Chu Zhongtian's second junior sister. The two had always had an ambiguous relationship. However, Zhou Meiting always thought that Chu Zhongtian was too tyrannical, changing women like changing clothes. Therefore, she didn't expose their relationship. However, as Chu Zhongtian established himself in the Sky Martial region, Zhou Meiting started to feel a sense of crisis. She took the initiative to maintain the relationship between the two. She believed that she would be able to tie down Chu Zhongtian's heart. Brother Chu, you are only at mid-sea of Soul Realm right now, but you are already ranked within the top 20. Once you reach late sea of Soul Realm, you will be invincible within the same generation. Brother Sun is right. Everyone praised Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian took over the wine cup from Zhou Meiting and drank it all, then said lightly, I have confidence in the others, but there is still Yi Chen in the southern sector. After all these years, Chu Zhongtian had met a lot of horrifying martial geniuses such as the top 5 young warriors, the 2 top martial geniuses Sidu Hao and Bai Minghui. None of them were ordinary people. However, there was an image in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Behind those martial geniuses, there was a huge shadow. It was so huge that it almost covered up the whole sky, covering all of the martial geniuses in its shadow. No one could see his face clearly, only that sharp sword chi-like eyes. Chapter 699. Splitting Zhenyuan flying swords is even more difficult than I thought. Standing in front of the lake, Yi Chen pointed with his finger, and the gold sword came out of its scabbard on its own. The dense sword chi hovered above Yi Chen's head twice, and the gold sword suddenly trembled, splitting into 2 lifelike gold swords. These gold swords were imitated by Zhenyuan, and the 3 swords merged into one. One shouldn't look down on Zhenyuan flying swords as it was not easy at all. The hardest part was to let nature take its course. If Yi Chen were to forcefully split the Zhenyuan flying swords, not to mention 3 swords, he could even launch 100 swords at the same time. Unfortunately, what was the use? The forcefully split Zhenyuan flying swords would only be equivalent to an ordinary Zhenyuan attack. Even if Yi Chen's sword intent was powerful, it wouldn't have much destructive power. After a period of cultivation, Yi Chen could only naturally split 2 Zhenyuan flying swords. The true Zhenyuan flying swords had to have at least a third of the original's power. Otherwise it wouldn't be complete and wouldn't have enough power. Go! 3 sword shadows shot out, slashing on a somewhat broken upper-grade shield. Puchi! 3 holes immediately appeared on the shield. The hole in the middle was extremely thin, as if it had been carefully polished. The holes on both sides were slightly twisted, and the iron skin was twisted. A strong smell of iron spread out like sulfur or rotten eggs. This broken upper-grade shield was Yi Chen's spoils of war in Blood Battle Ocean. He had given the intact ones to the Dragon God Celestial Palace, who then gave him sufficient rewards. As for the broken ones, Yi Chen kept a portion and gave the rest to the Dragon God Celestial Palace as well. He discovered that using a broken upper-grade artifact to test the attacking power was extremely effective. After all, no matter how broken an upper-grade artifact was, it was still not something a mid-grade artifact could compare to. To destroy it was not something an ordinary Sea of Soul Master could do. It was the best tool for testing power. Not bad, about a third of the original's power. According to the size and shape of the sword holes, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to judge the power of the Zhenyuan flying swords. Puchi! The Zhenyuan flying swords pierced through the broken upper-grade shield and dissipated in the next instant, turning into 2 wisps of green smoke. Only the golden sword was still as sharp as ever and was not damaged at all. Whoosh! Yi Chen pointed his finger and the golden sword returned to its scabbard. Yi Chen, Auntie is calling you for dinner. Not far away, Murong Qingqing, who was dressed in a purple robe without a mask, walked over. A fragrant breeze filled the air. Okay, I'll be right there. Let me change first. Yi Chen kissed Murong Qingqing, turned around and walked back into the house. Splitting the true essence flying swords required a great deal of concentration, and Yi Chen's body began to sweat. Days passed by. Yi Chen was either cultivating or spending time with Murong Qingqing. He had plenty of time. One day, a deacon from the pavilion of Luoyang City brought news. It turned out to be a letter from Yan Fengfeng, asking them to meet up in the Sky Martial region. Because of the long journey, she had given the letter to the #1 information organization in the world, the Knowledge Pavilion, which had stores all over the continent, making it very convenient. After reading the letter, Yi Chen said to Murong Qingqing, "It has been a long time since I went to the Sky Martial region. Let's go tomorrow." For most of the martial geniuses, the Sky Martial region was a holy land. But, for Yi Chen, it did not have any special meaning. The higher he stood, the more indifferent he would feel. The journey was long, so there was no need to travel by himself. So, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing got on the flying puppet and flew at 10 times the speed of sound toward the Sky Martial region. In this world, normal people did not have much to do, going out early and returning late every day to make a living for their families. There were also rich young men who indulged in sensual pleasures. Along the way, Yi Qin did not let the flying puppet fly too high. They flew past one city after another, seeing a very familiar scene. If he did not have his soul traveling over and was still in that world, his life would probably be one of the people down there. But now he did not have to worry about his life anymore. All he wanted was to reach the peak of the sword art and explore the mysteries of the world. Without realizing it, Yi Qin realized that he had already left the mortal world and reached a higher level. The people down there were just normal people in his eyes. Perhaps their lives would still be interesting, but what they wanted would be completely different. 1 month later, the two arrived at the Sky Martial region. The place where Yin Fengfeng had invited Yi Qin was in the Lotus City, one of the top 10 cities in the world. The whole city was blue and tall. From far away, Yi Qin could already see the tall buildings in the city. The tall ones were hundreds of meters tall, like towers, while the shorter ones were about the same. They seemed to be endless. The flying puppet did not slow down at all, rushing into the city directly. The White Cloud restaurant was one of the top 2 restaurants in the city. Although it was luxurious, it was not extravagant. It was made of ancient cloud wood, and had 18 floors in total. Each floor was 20 meters tall, taking up a lot of space. Sitting on the 18th floor of the restaurant, the clouds in the sky seemed very close, as if they could touch them with their hands. Yi Qin. On the 18th floor, Yin Fengfeng saw Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. Beside her were the disciples of the mysterious martial school in Hai Wuya. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing floated into the 18th floor of the restaurant. Long time no see. Yi Qin cupped his fists. Hai Wuya laughed. You brat, I thought you had forgotten about us. It has been almost 2 years since we last met, right? This time we have to drink to our heart's content. Alright. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing sat down and poured themselves a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. Great. Hai Wuya and Yin Fengfeng each drank a cup. Senior Brother Yi. Hello, Senior Brother Yi. The disciples of the mysterious martial school and Sky Ocean Martial School greeted Yi Qin one after another. For many of them it was their first time seeing Yi Qin, so they were a bit reserved. Yi Qin chuckled. Everyone relax a bit. Hai Wuya said, with you here they won't be able to relax. Don't you think about your current status among the geniuses? But you will get used to it. Don't mind it too much. Isn't this sword master Yi Qin? So Yin Fengfeng invited him. Each floor of the restaurant could hold hundreds of people, and those who could be on the 18th floor were either the upper echelons of the martial schools or the top geniuses. Many of them had seen Yi Qin before, and some of them could be considered famous figures in the Sky Martial region. But the second they saw Yi Qin, they all started gossiping and discussing in low voices. Ever since Yi Qin got the title of Sword Master, he disappeared without a trace. A lot of people said that he was afraid that he could not bear the title. I wonder if those people would still dare to say such things in front of Yi Qin when he comes back. Of course not. They are only talking behind his back. That is true. There are not many who would dare to say it directly. There were a lot of people discussing in low voices, and some of them would look at Yi Qin from time to time. Within a year of Yi Qin's departure, the new ranking had also come out. Duguju was at the forefront, ranked 2nd. Dantai Mingyue shocked the whole crowd the moment she made her move, ranked 3rd. Bai Wuxia had always been at the top level, ranked 4th. The top 20 were almost all occupied by all the top geniuses. The older generation masters were all giving up their positions. As for the first place, it was still Yi Qin. In this era where geniuses were emerging endlessly, Yi Qin was the only one who had been ranked first for 2 consecutive years. In the past, Yi Qin was also one of the many geniuses. But now, his fame had already spread throughout the continent. There were many people who had not seen Yi Qin before, but there were only a pitiful few who had not heard of Yi Qin. However, newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. There were some new geniuses who were not very sure of Yi Qin. They only saw how horrifying Duguju was, how stunning Dantai Mingyue was, and how elegant Bai Wuxia was. As for Yi Qin, he would probably lose the first place sooner or later. After all, no one could guarantee that they would be in a period of rapid development for more than a year, improving by leaps and bounds. In a situation where there was not much difference, many things could be changed in 1 year, such as the change of the Grandmaster ranking. Sword Sex Yi Qin interesting? There were 3 young men and women sitting at a table near the window. The man on the left had a majestic build. His arms were thicker than ordinary people's legs, and he had a heavy saber on his waist. His eyebrows were very thick and long, and his tiger-like eyes contained a terrifying energy. Next to the majestic young man sat a girl in colorful clothes. She had an exotic charm, big eyes, a high-nosed bridge and plump lips. She looked very flirtatious and her body was incomparably hot. Her skin was a light wheat color, and she looked very healthy. Opposite them was a young man. This person's hands were very long and slender like bamboo joints. His appearance could not be said to be handsome, but it could not be said to be ugly either. His eyes were narrow and long, and the corners of his eyes were very sharp. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and there was a trace of evil in it. The clothes of these three people did not fit in with the others, and they seemed to have come from very far away. Talking about the sword in front of Brother Lu is just asking to be humiliated. The girl in colorful clothes did not hide her voice at all. Yes. The majestic young man nodded. Who are you people? On a nearby table, a few geniuses who admired Yi Chen creased their brows and asked. We're from the West Ocean. The young man drank his wine without looking sideways. West Ocean? I don't care where you're from, but you'd better have some self-awareness. Yi Chen is not someone you can casually belittle. So what if I belittle him? The young man swirled the wine in his hand, and the sparkling wine swirled around. You're from the West Ocean, and you don't have any achievements on True Spirit Continent. What qualifications do you have to belittle him? The girl in colorful clothes said with a disdainful face, Do you know Lu Xiaoyu? Lu Xiaoyu? Of course I know him. What's the point of talking about him? Although Yi Chen, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, and Yen Fengfeng had become the top 5 young tycoons, pushing down Lu Xiaoyu and the rest, Lu Xiaoyu was once one of the top 5 young tycoons. No one knew what realm his strength had reached. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu went to the West Ocean, but he couldn't even take 10 swords from Brother Lu. Your so-called sword master Yi Chen might not be that powerful. What? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even take 10 swords from him, and that was half a year ago. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu was certainly much more powerful than before, but even he couldn't take 10 swords from this young man. Who exactly was this person? Chapter 700. You're not bragging, are you? There's no proof. I don't believe that Lu Xiaoyu couldn't receive 10 sword strikes from him. The first reaction of the genius who spoke was disbelief, thinking that the other side was exaggerating the truth. For example, after exchanging 10 moves, one side felt that his sword art was slightly inferior and directly admitted defeat. This kind of situation was not unheard of. If it were a life-and-death battle, exchanging hundreds of moves wouldn't be a problem, but being unable to receive 10 sword strikes was a completely different concept. Bragging. Ask the people of the western regions and see if they've heard of the name West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian. The multicolor-robed woman snorted. West Ocean Sword Master was not called West Ocean Sword Master. Its actual meaning was the Sword Master of the West Ocean. If he left the continent, Yi Chen could also be called the continent's Sword Master. After all, Yi Chen's title was obtained on True Spirit Continent. Only on the continent would he be recognized and vice versa. Clearly, everyone understood the meaning of West Ocean Sword Master's words. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Usually, the 4 shallow oceans and True Spirit Continent didn't have the title of Sword Master. Who would have thought that after Yi Chen, another Lu Wujian would appear? One was the continent's Sword Master, and the other was West Ocean Sword Master. So he's also a Sword Master. No wonder he's not convinced of Yi Chen. Everyone suddenly understood. West Ocean Sword Master, Yi Chen, you've got an opponent now. Hai Wuya said to Yi Chen with a smile. What's so great about West Ocean Sword Master? Our continent is the Orthodox. A disciple of mysterious sect who worshipped Yi Chen the most said in a low voice. Junior brother Wang, don't gossip. Although Yin Fengfeng said so, a smile appeared on her face. Yes, senior sister. I won't say it, but everyone understands. The disciple chuckled. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Having an opponent is a good thing. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find an opponent even if I search the entire world. Although Yi Chen was not a life-and-death king yet, he had already reached a realm where it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the Sea of Souls realm. Lu Wujian's appearance did not make him unhappy, but instead comforted him. Outside the continent, there were 4 shallow oceans, and beyond that there was still the endless ocean. The number of experts in the world was like the carps in the river. He did not need to worry about not being able to find an opponent. Murong Qingqing knew Yi Chen better than anyone else. She knew that he was a genius swordsman who desired to fight wholeheartedly. She couldn't help but feel proud. This was her man. Under the table, a soft and delicate hand held Yi Chen's palm. The geniuses who had questioned the woman in the colorful dress and the other two were stunned speechless. Their opponents were not nameless figures. They were the masters of the West Ocean Sword Sect, and their status was equal to that of Yi Chen. In that case, it was possible that Lu Xiaoyu could not withstand 10 sword attacks from them. At least there was a slight possibility. What's wrong? Not speaking? The multicolor-robed woman revealed a mocking expression. Humph. The genius sat back down. Looking at Yi Chen's position, the multicolor-robed woman slightly raised her head and arrogantly said, "The title of Sword Sect is not something anyone can bear. If you're smart enough, you'd better give up the title of Sword Sect, lest you humiliate yourself." Nayland, since he can be called Sword Sect, he certainly has some skill. At the very least, he's much stronger than Lu Xiaoyu. You don't need to belittle him. The slender fingers of Lu Wujian didn't raise his head from start to finish, as if nobody could pique his interest. "Brother Lu, I'm a straightforward person and I say whatever I want to say. However, I don't think I'm wrong. Brother Gu, don't you agree?" The multicolor-robed woman asked the majestic youth. Yes. The majestic youth nodded. Murong Qingqing was well aware that Yi Chen would either not retaliate, or once he did, it would be a thunderous blow. It was obvious that the multicolor-robed woman couldn't arouse his anger. After all, she could shut one person's mouth, but she couldn't shut the mouths of all the people in the world. If he became very angry when everyone said a few words about him, then his state of mind would be too poor, and he wouldn't be able to endure it. However, she was Yi Chen's woman, and the multicolor-robed woman was also a woman. Women naturally had to be dealt with by women. She couldn't tolerate a woman speaking ill of her man, so she immediately said mockingly, "Strength isn't determined by words. No matter how extravagant your words are, it's just a fantasy." "Who are you?" The multicolor-robed woman raised her eyebrows, and her tone was unfriendly. "I'm his girlfriend." "What's your relationship with the West Ocean Sword Sect?" Murong Qingqing countered with a question. The multicolor-robed woman spoke for a long time, but she didn't continue. It was true that she admired Lu Wujian, but she didn't dare to say that she was Lu Wujian's girlfriend. Once she did, it would undoubtedly make him feel disgusted. After all, there were still a few people who were close to Lu Wujian. "You're courting death." The multicolor-robed woman's face flushed and she raised her arm. A red Zhenyuan whip condensed and she lashed out at Murong Qingqing, who was several dozen meters away. "Break!" Murong Qingqing's finger was dyed black as she pointed at the tip of the Zhenyuan whip. The Zhenyuan whip exploded inch by inch, setting off a storm in the restaurant. It rushed out through the window like a beam of light leaking out. "You've got some skill. Take my bloodthirsty triple kill." The complexion of the multicolor-robed woman changed, and her expression turned grave. She made a grabbing motion in the air, and the red Zhenyuan turned into a three-headed scarlet python. This Zhenyuan python was extremely strange. Its body was very short, but the neck connecting the three heads was very long, even longer than its body. It could instantly attack 3 distant targets. The three-headed scarlet python flicked its tongue and pounced toward Murong Qingqing with a fiery intent. Darkness sky curtain. Murong Qingqing's right hand drew a half-circle in the void before her. Immediately, a layer of black barrier enveloped the area. As the black barrier formed, Yan Fengfeng and Hai Wuya were astonished to discover that they seemed to have been isolated from the outside world. What a powerful profound. Hai Wuya originally thought that although Murong Qingqing's strength was high, it couldn't be that high. But now he discovered that he didn't even have the confidence to defeat Murong Qingqing. He bitterly smiled. Yi Chen was powerful, but his woman was also this powerful. How could he live? Only Yi Chen knew that Murong Qingqing's strength was not limited to just this. Not to mention Hai Wuya, even Yan Fengfeng might not be able to defeat Murong Qingqing. With the perfect demonic vessels and demonic power, she was almost equivalent to a human demon's. One could well imagine her battle strength. Pop 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 pop. The three-headed python's attack landed on the black barrier, but it didn't cause a huge explosion. It only produced a slight explosion as if the energy was absorbed by the barrier. Impossible. The multicolor-robed woman didn't expect Murong Qingqing's strength to be this high. "You take my move as well." After dispersing the darkness sky curtain, Murong Qingqing once again pointed at the opponent. This time it was the demonic finger. Even without the wings, it still had 50 to 60% of its might. Fire crystal shield. The multicolor-robed woman hurriedly raised both her hands in the void, condensing a red crystal-like Zhenyuan shield. The shield's surface was covered in complicated patterns, and one red light after another flowed out. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing's demonic finger was a pure offensive martial skill without a trace of impurities. It easily broke through the fire crystal shield and was about to injure the multicolor-robed woman. Break! Right at this moment, Lu Wujian, who had remained calm and collected, made his move. Without even looking, he raised his left-hand sword fingers and shot out a white-colored sword chi, cutting apart the demonic finger's power. Go! The white sword chi was like a fish swimming in the water. It made a turn in the air and suddenly increased its speed, shooting toward Murong Qingqing's location. He wasn't targeting Murong Qingqing but Yi Chen. If Yi Chen couldn't even take this move of his, then the title of Sword Master would be in vain, not worthy of his attention. The white sword chi was as fast as lightning. Murong Qingqing might be able to block it if she used her full strength. However, this was a restaurant and everyone would hold back when fighting. If she couldn't control her power and destroyed the restaurant, then it would be equivalent to losing. Therefore, she didn't make a move as she knew that Yi Chen was about to make his move. Similarly, the sword chi shot out by Yi Chen was thinner and sharper than the white sword chi. Like a paper knife, it followed the white sword chi's outline and cut it in half. The remaining power of the sword chi didn't dissipate and continued to counterattack. Good move. Lu Wujian, who was known as the West Ocean Sword Master, had a gleam in his eyes. He reached out and pinched Yi Chen's sword chi. The sword chi was still struggling like a slippery eel, but as Lu Wujian exerted a little force, the sword chi dissipated with a puff. As expected of the continent's sword master. You are qualified to be my opponent. However, just this bit of strength is only enough to pique my interest. We will meet again in the future. At that time it won't be too late to fight. Lu Wujian stood up and said to the multicolor-robed woman and the majestic youth, "Let's go." Humph, count yourself lucky. The multicolor-robed woman glared at Murong Qingqing. When the three of them walked to the staircase, one of the geniuses couldn't help but say, "Why don't we fight now? Could it be that you're afraid and think that your current strength isn't enough?" Lu Wujian said indifferently, "I will represent my master to meet Sky Sword Master. When I defeat him, there will be plenty of opportunities. At that time you can come and watch the battle. The location will be at your so-called Nine Dragon Lake. That place is quite interesting." Meet Sky Sword Master? The person who spoke was dumbstruck. This was a legendary sword artist of the older generation. Although he wasn't a sword master, many people believed that he had the strength of a sword master. "When you see Sky Sword Master, send my regards. The battle a year ago made me very happy." Yi Chen's voice was transmitted. "Send my regards?" Lu Wujian's eyes narrowed. He didn't know Sky Sword Master's strength, but his master had once been defeated by him. Now he had surpassed his master and had long since surpassed his master. Therefore he had come to defeat Sky Sword Master in his master's stead. From Yi Chen's tone, he had clearly fought with Sky Sword Master. As for who won and who lost, the answer was already clear. Interesting. Lu Wujian smiled and walked down the stairs. All of a sudden, a voice resounded, "September 18th, Nine Dragon Lake. Let me see what geniuses of True Spirit Continent are there." The 18th of September was the date of the previous Nine Dragon Lake battles. Lu Wujian's intention was very clear. He wanted to defeat the numerous geniuses of True Spirit Continent in this meaningful place and spread the prestige of West Ocean Sword Sect. Wherever he went, there was no one who didn't submit. Chapter 701. Too arrogant. Does he think that he can sweep away all the geniuses of True Spirit Continent by himself? Many geniuses were indignant. Don't worry. Although West Ocean Sword Master is strong, our continent has many peak geniuses as well. The top 5 of the master's ranking, which one of them isn't independent? Right, Yan Fengfeng is ranked 5th, her speed unparalleled. Bai Wuxue is a veteran young tyrant, steady like a mountain. Dantai Mingyue's movement is marvelous, stunning and nimble, while Duguju's blade art is tyrannical and invincible. Apart from these 4, our continent also has Sword Master Yi Chen. After a year, I wonder what level Yi Chen has reached. He's definitely stronger than before. As for how much stronger, it's hard to say. Let's wait and see. On the 18th of September we'll know. The crowd discussed spiritedly, their emotions stirring. Yi Chen, my intuition tells me that this West Ocean Sword Master is truly extraordinary. You can't be careless when the time comes. Hai Wuya warned Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I won't look down on anyone nor will I overestimate anyone. In a battle we'll know who's stronger." Yihi, my warning is unnecessary. You're much calmer than me. Hai Wuya smiled. White Cloud Restaurant was only the first location of the gathering. After drinking, the group of 20 people left Lotus City and flew northwest. This gathering was not just for drinking. How long could one drink last? Usually this kind of gathering would be held for half a month or even a month. Everybody would get together to get acquainted and talk about their recent situation. After a long time, their feelings would fade, and they would eventually become ordinary friends or even strangers. One had to know how long the path of martial arts was. It would be too sad to not have friends who could support each other. The path of martial arts was not about destroying one's feelings, but about keeping them inside. Friends who were worth making were true friends, and friends who were not worth making would be forgotten. There were many places of interest in the Tianwu domain. Along the way, Yichen saw many youths traveling in groups. When they were in the mood, they would find an empty space to drink and chat. Then they would exchange moves with each other. They were not aiming for victory, just to test their martial arts and experience. This is the Meteorite Mountain Range. 10,000 years ago, a group of meteorites smashed into this place and formed it. Because all the vitality in this place was scattered by the shockwave, the underground rivers were also filled up, causing this place to be barren and devoid of demonic beasts. However, deep underground, a type of hard meteorite crystal can often be found. This crystal is a top-notch material for forging treasures. Yen Fengfeng pointed at a desolate mountain range and explained. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing looked over. Murong Qingqing didn't feel anything, but Yi Qin inwardly clicked his tongue. There were countless craters in this meteorite mountain range. The smallest one was dozens of li in diameter, and the biggest one was thousands of li in diameter. It was like an astonishingly huge iron pot buried in the ground. The bottom of the crater was hundreds of li above the ground, and ordinary martial artists would not be able to climb out if they fell in. Yichen was shocked because he came from another world. Even the smallest meteorite here could cover the earth in dust and kill most of the living beings. Only the true spirit continent, which was countless times larger than the earth, could easily withstand the impact of meteorites. Of course, one couldn't directly estimate the size of the meteorite from the size of the crater, because the meteorite falling at high speed would have an impact. The crater was dozens of li in diameter, while the meteorite was a few li in size. That several thousand li wide crater was probably made by 100 li wide meteorite. After passing through the meteorite mountain range, everyone arrived at a huge canyon. This canyon was called Emperor Canyon. It was 99,000 li long, and its widest part reached 1,000 li. It divided the surrounding 100,000 li into two parts. It was a ghastly crack. Flying in the sky and looking down, it was easy to be scared silly. After all, anyone who saw such a crack would suspect whether it was connected to hell or not. They would be afraid that they would be sucked in and never see the light of day again. The reason why the Emperor Canyon was named Emperor was because there was an Emperor Scar stele in the depths of the Emperor Canyon. It was said that only titled monarchs could leave their mark on the Emperor Scar stele. Peak monarchs couldn't even leave a single mark. No one has been able to leave a mark on the stele for several tens of thousands of years? Yen Fengfeng said. Yi Qin doubtfully said, Su King is a titled monarch, but even he couldn't leave a mark? Hai Wuya said, the ancient era's standard is different from the present. With Su King's strength, he could only be considered a peak monarch, not a titled monarch. So that's how it is. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Let's go and take a look. Yen Fengfeng's speed gradually increased as she rushed toward the depths of Emperor Canyon. The others followed closely behind. Roughly an hour later, everyone arrived at the center of Emperor Canyon. Let's go down. Without the slightest hesitation, Yen Fengfeng's figure shot into the canyon. Yi Qin, Murong Qingqing and Hai Wuya also didn't hesitate. The others exchanged glances and pondered for a moment before clenching their teeth and chasing after them. It was as if there was something in the depths of the canyon that made them afraid. The middle part of the Monarch Canyon was the widest. It had a circumference of over 1,000 li. There was no sign of life in this area, nor were there any miscellaneous items. There was only a stone tablet at the center. The stone tablet was 99 li tall and 9 li wide. There were many marks on it. There were saber marks, sword marks, palm marks, fist marks, finger marks, and even claw marks. They were arranged in order from top to bottom. There were no marks left on the stone tablet from the middle to the bottom. It was a piece of blank space. 100 li away, everyone stopped and slowly descended. It wasn't that they didn't want to approach, but that they couldn't. Emperor Scar steel wasn't an ordinary steel. The aura it emitted made their Zhenyuan, blood, and even heartbeats go berserk. They could be killed by this aura at any moment. Yen Fengfeng said solemnly, Emperor Scar steel itself is a miraculous item. The people who left their marks on it were all titled monarchs. Although no one has been able to leave a mark on the steel in the past several tens of thousands of years, the remnant aura is still not something ordinary people can endure. We usually call this aura Emperor Qi, the aura of titled monarchs. Emperor Qi, Yi Chen muttered. Yen Feng turned her head and said to the disciples of Mysterious Sect and Sky Ocean Sect, "You guys stay here. Don't get too close." After saying these words, she turned to Yi Chen and the rest. "We can walk forward a bit and see a bit more clearly. The marks on the steel are uncanny workmanship. Even the shallowest mark represents an astonishing accomplishment, containing the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts naturally couldn't enter within 100 li. However, Yen Feng, Hai Wuya, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were all masters. They could approach a bit closer without any problems. Moreover, beyond 100 li they truly couldn't see too clearly. The Emperor Qi restricted one's perception and eyesight, concealing the truth. Alright. Yi Chen was extremely interested in Emperor Scar steel. He could feel countless strands of frightening will on it. There were sword intent, blade intent, fist intent, and so on. Each strand made him feel extremely shocked. Compared to the will on the steel, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent wasn't even worth mentioning. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. 90 li, 80 li. At 75 li, Hai Wuya bitterly smiled. He couldn't hold on any longer. Yen Feng and the other two continued forward. 70 li, 60 li. Murong Qingqing stopped, and Yen Feng's complexion was also somewhat pale. "Let's do it here." Yi Chen's expression was calm. The Emperor Qi 60 li away was equivalent to a peak 5th step sword intent. Although it was fierce, Yi Chen had a 5th step destruction sword intent, which was equivalent to an ordinary 6th step sword intent. Therefore he wasn't affected much. However, he still had to take care of Murong Qingqing and Yen Feng. Yen Feng glanced at Yi Chen in admiration and said, "The Emperor Qi emitted by the steel contains different wills. Be careful of the most offensive sword intent and blade intent." "I know." Yi Chen had just suffered a strand of Emperor Qi containing sword intent. It was unknown how many years the strand of sword intent had existed for, but it was still incomparably sharp. Raising his eyes, Yi Chen saw the first mark at the top. It was a fist imprint, square-shaped, as if a jade seal had been stamped on it. The fist imprint was extremely deep. However, due to the passage of time, the Emperor Qi emitted from it was somewhat weak. However, compared to the marks below, the Emperor Qi emitted from this fist imprint was the most boundless, as if an emperor was overlooking the heaven and earth. Yen Feng introduced, "The first fist imprint was left behind by the first titled monarch of the ancient era. This monarch was called Ancient Emperor. According to historical records, this fist imprint should have been created by ancient emperor's four-way emperor fist, which is one of the most famous peak profound martial skills." Shifting their gazes downward, the three saw the second mark. This was a claw mark. An ordinary claw mark naturally wouldn't enter the three's eyes. However, this claw mark made the three's hair stand on end. It was as if this claw had not clawed at the steel, but a piece of land, a mountain, a river, a planet. Anything under this claw would shatter. Moreover, this claw mark was actually emitting a demonic will, instilling great fear in people's hearts. This is the second titled monarch after Ancient Emperor, Heaven-Abandoning Emperor. Heaven-Abandoning Emperor walked the demonic Tao, and was also one of the three great demonic Tao kings in human history. At his peak, he left this world for the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. Since then he has never been seen again. Hearing Yen Feng's words, coupled with her own demonic will, an illusion appeared before Murong Qingqing's eyes. It was as if she was seeing a figure on the Emperor Scar steel. This figure was boundlessly tall, reaching the starry sky and stepping on the earth. Its shadow enveloped the world, and with a wave of its palm, mountains and rivers were destroyed and planets exploded. What a powerful figure! Shaking her head, Murong Qingqing sobered up. She knew that this was not as simple as an illusion. Through Yen Feng's narration, she had a preliminary impression of this figure. Then, heaven-abandoning Emperor's Qi surged over and combined with the impression in her mind, giving rise to a mysterious reaction. The eighth sword mark is an anomaly. He doesn't have the strength of a titled monarch, but he has the means to leave a mark on the steel. His title is Sword King. Yen Feng glanced at Yi Chen. "He is the Sword King," Yi Chen muttered. Under the heavens, in human history there had only been one Sword King, and that was the ancient Sword King. The reason why Battle King didn't dare to call himself Sword King was because he believed that he hadn't reached the level of the ancient Sword King. Unexpectedly, this Sword King was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was unexpectedly able to leave a sword mark on the steel with the identity of a king. Although this sword mark was very shallow, the aura it emitted was not weak at all. Chapter 702. Sword King's comprehension of profound sword arts is insufficient, but his sword will is not the slightest bit inferior to titled monarchs, even slightly surpassing them. I think this should be the key to his fame being passed down through the ages and leaving sword scars on Emperor Scar steel. Although there weren't many records regarding Sword King, there were still some. Therefore Yen Fengfeng knew quite a bit. Yi Chen faintly nodded. The sword scars are shallow, which means that the attack power is not high enough. If the aura is not weak, it means that the sword intent is strong. Sword intent could amplify one's attack power, but there was a limit. Sword King's sword moves containing sword intent were clearly weaker than titled monarchs. However, his sword intent was at the forefront. Continuing down, shocking scars imprinted themselves in the eyes of the three. Some of these scars were strange and bizarre, such as forks, triangles, prisms, big and small dots, intersecting scars, and yin and yang fish scars. It was unknown what profound martial skills these titled monarchs used. The 398th mark was 70,000 years ago. The most famous titled monarch was called Four Extreme Emperor. He was proficient in space profound and was famous for his finger arts. At the Sea of Soul realm, he created a low-grade profound martial skill, Void-Shattering Finger. Its might far surpasses mid-grade profound martial skills. The Void-Shattering Finger has a total of 4 styles, each representing an application of the space profound. The fourth finger's might is the greatest, almost comparable to high-grade profound martial skills. As she spoke, Yen Fengfeng glanced at Yi Chen with an odd expression. She had seen Yi Chen use a space profound finger art before. Of course, there were many people who knew space profound throughout the ages. However, for Extreme Emperor was relatively close to the modern era, so his void-shattering finger had some descriptions. The finger art Yi Chen used was very similar to the third style of Four Extreme Emperor's void-shattering finger, only the Zhenyuan color was different. Apart from this, Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger should also be the second style of Four Extreme Emperor's void-shattering finger. Void-shattering finger. Yi Chen's expression flickered. He had found the third style of the void-shattering finger in the Goat Head Mountain in the South Rudra region's 100,000 mountain range. At the same time, he had also found a white key with the words Emperor's Tomb, Aries constellation written on it. Could it be that the Emperor's Tomb was the tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor, and the white key was the key to open it? Four Extreme Emperor has 4 subordinates, all of whom are life and death kings and also demonic beasts. They are Azure Wolf King, White Sheep King, Firebird King, and Sky Scorpio King. Azure Wolf King represents Wolf constellation, White Sheep King represents Aries constellation, and Firebird King and Sky Scorpio King represent Firebird constellation and Scorpio King respectively. Four Extreme Emperor imparted each of them a void-shattering finger, allowing them to comprehend the space profound. Aries King, Aries constellation? Yi Chen understood everything. The void-shattering finger that he cultivated was indeed created by the Four Extreme Sovereign, and the Four Extreme Sovereign had taught the third style of the void-shattering finger to the Aries King. That was why the white key had the words Aries constellation. Yen Fengfeng continued, For Extreme Emperor was the same as the heaven-abandoning Emperor. He also entered the starry sky, disappearing for 100 years before returning. However, when he returned, he had suffered an incurable injury, as if he had encountered something frightening in the starry sky. Sensing that his life was at its end, the Four Extreme Emperor built his own tomb in a forbidden region. This tomb contained countless arrays and the heaven-shaking power that the Four Extreme Emperor had unleashed before his death. Even life and death kings would have a slim chance of survival if they tried to force their way in. Later on, his 4 subordinates also died one after another. They were subordinates of the Four Extreme Emperor, and after death, they wished to accompany him. They built 4 tombs in the surroundings of the Four Extreme Emperor's tomb. Opening these 4 tombs required a special key. Since these 4 tombs were connected to the Four Extreme Emperor's tomb, life and death kings would have a hard time barging in. After so many years, has anyone found the location of the Four Extreme Emperor's tomb? Yi Chen suddenly asked. The Four Extreme Emperor's tomb was undoubtedly the tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor. Yen Fengfeng shook her head. I'm not sure. The tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor was built in a moving forbidden region. Even life and death kings would have a hard time finding it. And even if they found it without the key, they might not be able to open the tomb. The location of the tomb has always been a hot topic, but I've never heard of anyone finding it or entering it. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't spread the news. That's true. Yi Qin faintly nodded. His soul power entered his storage ring. On a bookshelf in the corner, a huge white key was quietly placed there. The Four Extreme Emperor was an extremely famous titled monarch. Even life and death kings covet his space profound martial skill. I'm afraid that once it appears, it will cause a reign of terror. Even Su King and my master will have to make a move. Yin Feng continued. That's for sure. At the Sea of Soul realm, the comprehension of profounds depended on the quality, not the quantity. It was impossible to comprehend too many profounds at the same time. Having a few was already good enough. However, at the life and death realm, one could enter the state of being one with the heavens at any time, and their comprehension ability would increase by countless folds. Comprehending profounds would be extremely fast. As a result, the demand for profounds would increase by a lot. After all, different profounds would have different effects and might. Apart from the main profounds, how could a few profounds be enough? Space profound was one of the strongest profounds, and was related to many profounds. As long as one could obtain a space profound martial skill, it would be of great help. Of course, the grade of void-shattering finger was a bit low, and life and death kings might not be too enthusiastic about it. It would be best if one had it, but it wouldn't matter if one didn't. What life and death kings truly cared about were mid-grade space profound martial skills, or even high-grade ones. After all, void-shattering finger was only a low-grade profound martial skill, but its might already surpassed mid-grade profound martial skills. In that case, high-grade space profound martial skills would at least be equivalent to peak-grade profound martial skills. My current strength is still far from enough. Four Extreme Emperor's space profound martial skill has already become a legend. I can only look up to it from afar. Above mid-grade profound sense martial skills were high-grade profound sense martial skills, peak-grade profound sense martial skills, and above that would be the Heavenly Tao Law. Above Sea of Soul realm were half-step kings, ordinary life and death kings, peak kings, and titled monarchs. Each rank was like a huge chasm. Without the will and determination to break through everything, one would not be able to cross it. Four Extreme Emperor already stood at the peak of this world, while Yi Qin was at most a youngster who had just grown up. The gap between the two was too great. Gazing at the finger hole left behind by Four Extreme Emperor, Yi Qin felt as if he was looking at a giant looking down at him with cold eyes. After Four Extreme Emperor, only 13 titled monarchs remained. It could be seen that as the modern era got closer and closer, the gap between the monarchs who left their marks was getting longer and longer. From the ancient era to the early medieval era, there would be one every 1,000 years. From the medieval era to the early near ancient era, there would be one every 1,500 years. From the near ancient era, there would be one every several thousand years. For some unknown reason, the number of titled monarchs kept decreasing. In the modern era, there weren't even any true titled monarchs, because only those who left their marks on the Emperor's scar steel could be considered as true titled monarchs. The last titled monarch was a world-shaking genius. Before him, there hadn't been a titled monarch who could leave his mark on the steel for 10,000 years. Until he appeared, his title was Yuan Emperor. Yuan Emperor had an innate body and boundless Zhen Yuan. While Yin Feng was explaining Yuan Emperor, in a valley far away, a great battle was taking place. The two sides were none other than Master Sky Sword and West Ocean Sword Master, Lu Wujian. Master Sky Sword, seems like my master overestimated your strength. There's no need for me to make a move. He can defeat you. While fighting Master Sky Sword, Lu Wujian still had the strength to speak. It's only the beginning. Master Sky Sword's voice was somewhat hurried. Sky Sword style, White Flood Dragon. As he spoke, Master Sky Sword's long sword slashed, and a white silk-like sword chi tore through the air. The sword chi stretched and stretched, bending and straightening like a nimble white flood dragon, piercing through the void. It was as fast as a flickering light, unable to be captured by the naked eye. Wave Cleaver. Facing this sword, Lu Wujian's figure flickered a few times. His entire being seemed to shift through the void as he chopped off the white flood dragon sword chi's head. Sure enough, it's his style. Master Sky Sword's brows furrowed. In truth, when he defeated Lu Wujian's master, it was only a narrow victory. The latter's clean and efficient style had left a deep impression on him. Lu Wujian's style was very similar to his master's. Of course, It didn't mean that Lu Wujin was walking the same path as his master. It could only be said that the styles of the West Ocean were more or less the same. Different living environments naturally led to different philosophies. Sky Sword Style, Sky Cleaver. Seeing that his first strike had no effect, Master Sky Sword attacked once again. This sword strike was very similar to Lu Wujin's Wave Cleaver, clean and efficient. Ah, is this the move that you created based on my master? Unfortunately, even my master isn't my opponent. How could you be? Lu Wujin soared into the sky and fiercely stabbed out with his long sword. Rings of chi revolved around the long sword, instantly piercing through Master Sky Sword's sword chi. So fast. Master Sky Sword was gobsmacked. His Sky Sword style Sky Cleaving was a speed-type sword that didn't have the slightest variation. All it had was an indomitable will that burst forth with astonishing potential. However, Lu Wujin's sword speed was even faster than his, as if this kind of sword speed was nothing special to him. Sky Sword Style, Sword Array. Finally, Master Sky Sword took out his strongest move. 18 true yuan long swords flew out of his body. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, the 18 long swords revolved around the long sword in his hand, rapidly forming a sword array. As soon as the sword array was formed, its aura immediately soared. Astonishing sword chi pierced through the sky, raising the valley to the ground. The grass and trees were also startled, uprooting from the ground like small swords. Go! Slashing the long sword in his hand, Master Sky Sword roared. Immediately, the sword array flew toward Lu Wujin. Sword array interesting. However, this is far from enough. Master Sky Sword, take my self-created move, Shifting Ocean Sword Chi. Lu Wujin held the long sword with both hands, slashing it from bottom to top. As if moving an ocean, a majestic force erupted, condensing into a deep white sword chi that engulfed the heaven and earth, clashing with the incoming sword array. Crackle. How could the sword formation block this mighty sword chi? In an instant it was shattered and sent flying back. Danger. Master Sky Sword's face changed color as he held his long sword horizontally in front of him. The next moment, the deep white sword chi swept over. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, Master Sky Sword was sent flying like an arrow piercing through the sky. Chapter 703. There were not many people watching this battle, but they were all famous figures such as Su Yuan of the Earth Sword Sect, Master Yuan Sword Sect, who was on good terms with the Sky Sword Sect, and the eldest disciple of the Sky Sword Sect, Master Wind Lightning Sword Sect. Although these people were not as famous as the Sky Sword Sect, they were still in the top 10 or 20 among the Sword Dao Grandmasters. Master has been injured. Wind Thunder Sword Master was more than 70 years old, but still seemed to be in the prime of his life. His mouth was wide open, his face full of disbelief. He knew that Yi Qin had defeated his master, Master Sky Sword. According to his master, Yi Qin had only won by relying on the defensive sword art. Without the defensive sword art, the two were equally matched. However, this West Ocean Sword Master seemed to have defeated his master easily. The difference was too great. Dozens of li away, Master Sky Sword stopped retreating, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth like a snake. What a great move, Ocean Shifting Sword Chi. This is the most majestic and powerful sword move I've ever seen. You've indeed surpassed your master, far surpassing your master. Master Sky Sword's expression was solemn. He had never been suppressed like this in a battle between sword masters. Even Yi Qin was only slightly better than him with the defensive sword art. If they were to fight to the death, even if he was killed, Yi Qin wouldn't feel good. Ichim? I still have the power to fight. Lu Wujin was slightly surprised. This sword contained the profoundness of wind and water. The water profoundness was already at minor completion, and the wind profoundness was close to minor completion. When combined, it was far beyond mid-grade profound martial arts. Adding the ingenious use of power, no profound martial arts of the same level could block it. Unfortunately, I have developed a new Sky Sword style in the past year. Now I will use you to test it. Master Sky Sword said lightly. Haha. Hearing this, Lu Wujin laughed. Using me to test your moves? I'm afraid I won't be impressed by your sword moves. But I will give you a chance. Go all out. Lu Wujin quietly waited for Master Sky Sword's strongest move. Master Sky Sword didn't get angry. He raised his arm and placed the long sword in front of his chest, as if performing the most pious sword salute. Sword of Understanding. With a slash of the long sword, the Heavenly Sword Sect unleashed the latest Heavenly Sword style. No one could describe how fast this sword was. This sword seemed to have caused time to stop and thoughts to stagnate. Lu Wujin, who bore the brunt of this attack, could feel the terror of this sword the most. If Sect Master Sky Sword's previous attack had only piqued his interest, then this sword of understanding had already brought him some threat. Ultimate kill, 1,000 miles thread. The Heaven Sword sect had the Sword of Understanding, but Lu Wujin also had his own trump card. Before this he hadn't been serious at all. He grasped the sharp long sword in his hand and swung it in the air. A moment later a white ray of light shot out. At a glance, it was like the line between the sea and the sky, vast, profound and unreachable. Master Sky Sword's Sword of Understanding was extremely powerful. His sword chi condensed into a straight line, while Lu Wujin's 1,000 miles thread was similar, condensing into a straight line. However, when the two attacks collided, the one that collapsed was Master Sky Sword's Sword of Understanding. That was because Lu Wujin's attack contained too much power, and there was no end to it at all. No matter how powerful the Sword of Understanding was, how could it block it? What a profound water profound. Master Sky Sword's eyes narrowed. How could he not see that Lu Wujin also contained the two profound essences of wind and water? But it was different from the sea-shifting sword chi. This 1,000 miles thread used the water profound as the main element, displaying the water profound to the fullest. When facing this move it was like being in the sea. Although one could see the line between the sea and the sky, no matter how fast one would never be able to reach it. The 1,000 miles thread shattered the Sword of Understanding and slashed at Master Sky Sword's chest at a speed that he couldn't dodge in time. In the next moment, a loud metallic sound resounded. Master Sky Sword's hair was disheveled as he flew back while spurting blood. Unlike the previous time, his injuries were extremely severe. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost displaced, and his blood was flowing in reverse. To be able to force me to use 1,000 miles thread, you should be proud of yourself. Unfortunately, your potential has been exhausted. In the future, the gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger. Sheathing his long sword, Lu Wujin said to the majestic young man and the multicolor-robed woman, "Let's go." Swish, swish, swish. The three disappeared from everyone's sight like flickering lights. "Master, are you all right?" Master Tempest Sword immediately rushed over to support Master Sky Sword. Master Sky Sword's face was ashen as he waved his hand. "I won't die." Master Earth Sword sucked in a deep breath and asked, "Master Sky Sword, in your opinion, what is the extent of this Lu Wujin's strength?" "I reckon he can sweep through all Sea of Soul Masters on True Spirit Continent." Master Sky Sword pondered for a while before speaking. "What? How is that possible?" Master Earth Sword and Master Yuan Sword were astonished. "Isn't there still Yi Qin?" Su Yuan blurted out. Master Sky Sword smiled bitterly. "In the past year I've created the Sword of Understanding, and my strength has improved by a lot. A year ago Yi Qin's strength was higher than mine. If he had continued to make rapid progress, he would at most be on par with the current Lu Wujin. However, I can feel that Lu Wujin's true strength is far from this. He hasn't used all his trump cards yet." Master Sky Sword originally believed that Lu Wujin's strength was only at this level. However, as soon as 1,000 miles thread appeared, he immediately sensed that Lu Wujin had an even stronger trump card. Otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. If Yi Qin wanted to defeat him, it would be extremely difficult. Su Yuan and Master Yuan Sword exchanged a glance. "Sigh, I hope my guess is wrong." Master Sky Sword shook his head once more and left under the support of Master Wind Lightning. "This matter is getting out of hand." Su Yuan's face was filled with worry. As a master of True Spirit Continent, he didn't want to see all the Master Sea of Soul Realm experts of the continent being swept by a youngster of West Ocean. "Perhaps there will be a turn for the better," Master Yuan Sword said in a low voice. In the depths of North Ocean was a group of floating islands. At the center of the group was an inverted cone-shaped floating island. This island was boundless, with mountains, basins, forests, volcanoes, rivers, plains and valleys. At the edge of the floating island, large and small waterfalls cascaded down, pouring down on the floating island below. At the same time, waterfalls also cascaded down from the floating island, flowing down to the floating island below. From afar, this group of floating islands was like a paradise, a wonder of the immortal world. It was truly beautiful, magnificent and exquisite at the same time. On the inverted cone-shaped floating island, there was a huge palace that occupied several thousand hectares. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man and a youngster were standing one after another. In front of them was a model of a continent. Based on its shape and geographical distribution, one could tell at a glance that it was a model of true spirit continent. Above the model were numerous sparkling and translucent lines intertwining, covering the entire sky above the model. At a glance, it was simply impossible to count. There were at least millions of them intertwining together. The middle-aged man waved his finger, and a light dot landed on the thin line at the center of the continent. That was the Central Region, Sky Marshal Region. Tian go to Sky Marshal Region. The youngster said respectfully, Master, why do you want me to go to Sky Marshal Region? If my guess is correct, the Forbidden Region carrying 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard will move to Sky Marshal Region within a year. You possess the first style of Void Shattering Finger and Sky Scorpio King's Key, which means that this graveyard is fated with you. However, fate is fleeting and you have to fight for it yourself. 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard will move to Sky Marshal Region. The youngster sucked in a deep breath and bowed respectfully, Yes, Master. Remember, Void Shattering Finger has 4 styles, and there are also 4 keys to open the graveyard. The other 3 keys should be in the hands of others. If you can snatch them, do it. If you can't, then cooperate with them. I have a premonition that with the 4 Void Shattering Finger styles and the 4 keys, you should be able to enter 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard. Rest assured, Master. With my strength, unless it's a half-step king or a life-and-death king, nobody can be my opponent. A cold light flickered in the youngster's eyes. Your master knows your strength the best. However, Sky Marshal Region is a holy land for geniuses. Perhaps there aren't many who can contend against you, but there are certainly some who you can't kill. I can't kill them? The youngster declined to comment. All right, you can go now. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Farewell, Master. The youngster turned around and left the palace, soaring into the sky and flying in the direction of True Spirit Continent, soon disappearing without a trace. Waiting for the youngster to leave, the middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back, for Extreme Emperor's Graveyard has appeared. It's time for me to take a look. I wonder what level the strength of those fellows from True Spirit Continent has reached. I hope they won't disappoint me. Dragon King should come out of seclusion soon. With a wave of his hand, the model of True Spirit Continent disappeared into the void, and the middle-aged man's figure flickered, disappearing from the palace. Emperor Canyon, Yi Qin and the rest had long since left. On Emperor Scar Steel, the traces left behind by 4 Extreme Emperor flickered faintly like an illusion. In the following month, Yi Qin and the group traveled to a lot of places. There were natural wonders and strange terrains caused by ancient king-level battles. There were countless of them. A month passed and everyone went their separate ways. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing didn't return to South Rudra region. It was already August, only a month away from 18th of September. If they went back, they wouldn't have enough time. Therefore, they might as well stay in Sky Marshal region. During this period of time, the news of West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian defeating Master Sky Sword spread like wildfire. Soon after, the incident at White Cloud Restaurant spread as well. Combining the two matters, it immediately created a sensation. Many people knew that a sword master named Lu Wujian had come to West Ocean. Apart from defeating Master Sky Sword in his master's stead, he was also going to meet the geniuses of True Spirit Continent on 18th of September. West Ocean Sword Master, Continent Sword Master. This was just a gimmick. Adding Lu Wujian's arrogant words, Nine Dragon Lake once again welcomed a golden age after 2 years. At that time, the number of people heading to Nine Dragon Lake would probably surpass that of the past, because this time was different from the last. This time represented the dignity of True Spirit Continent. If all of them were defeated by Lu Wujian, it would be tantamount to admitting that True Spirit Continent was inferior to West Ocean. Chapter 704. As the days passed, the 18th of September got closer and closer. As time went on, a large number of Sea of Soul Realm experts arrived from the nearby towns. Even Sea of Soul Realm masters could be seen frequently, which was something unimaginable in the past. Inside the restaurants and tea houses, all sorts of discussions could be heard. West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian has come with great momentum. Even Master Sky Sword lost to him. Right now, I'm a bit worried that he might really sweep through all the geniuses in the Sky Marshal region. That shouldn't be possible, right? Regardless, our True Spirit Continent is the place with the most geniuses. It's not something the 4 oceans can compare to. You can't say that. Who says a remote place can't give birth to an invincible genius? Moreover, West Ocean has always been the most powerful among the four oceans. Only North Ocean can compete with him. So, it seems like this era is even more frightening than we imagined. Although West Ocean and North Ocean had many geniuses in the past, it was impossible for a super genius like Lu Wujin to appear. Do you think the number of life and death kings in the next 100 years will be much higher than before? It's quite possible. In the past 100 years, there would be around 10 life and death kings and not more than 20. This time, I'm afraid it will be no less than 30, perhaps even more. In the ancient era, the number of life and death kings was the highest. Although they were not everywhere, it was still a spectacular sight. In the medieval era, the number of life and death kings suddenly decreased by 1-fold. In the recent ancient era, it had decreased by 2 folds. In the modern era, it had decreased by several folds. If more than 30 life and death kings could be born in 100 years, it would be the level of the late ancient era. Dugu family. Dugu Ju walked out of the evil demon cave with a calm expression. He did not look as miserable and frightening as before, as if the evil demon cave no longer had any effect on him. Walking to a huge wooden board not far away, Dugu Ju stretched out his hand and took down the white paper nailed to it. It turned out that Dugu Ju often went into seclusion. Fearing that he didn't know much about the outside world, he had ordered people to write down some of the important matters of the Sky Martial region and even the whole continent on the paper. This way, even if he didn't leave Dugu Ju, he would still know everything about the world. West Ocean Sword Master, Lu Wujin. When Dugu Ju read about Lu Wujin, his eyes gradually narrowed. Interesting. You actually defeated Master Sky Sword and even met with Yi Qin. Since you're able to stand on equal footing with Yi Qin, you're definitely not weak. Fine, let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeves and whether you're qualified to be a formidable opponent of my Dugu Ju. The paper was crumpled into a ball and turned into ashes. The evil demon cave does not have any effect on me anymore, unless I can open the seal and enter the next level. But, with the weakening of the seal, that evil demon would definitely take the chance to attack the seal and escape. So, it would not be a good idea. No rush, I will think about it after I reach Late Sea of Soul's realm. Just like Yi Qin, Dugu Ju was also stuck at the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul realm. Entering Late Sea of Soul realm was inevitable, but it would take some time. Taking a step forward, Dugu Ju walked out of the demonic cave. Unknowingly, it was already September and the date was fixed on September 16th. Near the Nine-Dragon Mountain, a large number of Sea of Souls realm warriors were rushing toward the Nine-Dragon Mountain in an endless stream. September 17th, those who should come had all come. In the center of the Nine-Dragon Mountain, around the Nine-Dragon Lake, there was an ocean of people, their voices reaching the sky. Shoo 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 shoo. On this day the number of geniuses who had come was also the highest. By Wuxia Yen Feng Feng Lu Xiaoyu Situ Hao Baiming Hui Chu Zhongtian. Besides a few, all the other top geniuses whose names shook the world had arrived, wanting to see what kind of level the so-called West Ocean Sword Master had reached. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, a lot of people had gathered, including Bai Wuxia. Brother Lu, you fought with the West Ocean Sword Master half a year ago. How is his strength? Bai Wuxia asked. Lu Xiaoyu was silent for a while, then said slowly, very powerful. Hearing him, Bai Wuxia's expression froze. Lu Xiaoyu's words were very vague for others. Very powerful, everyone knew, but they did not know exactly how powerful, which was tantamount to not answering. However, Bai Wuxia was very clear about Lu Xiaoyu's character. If the West Ocean Sword Master was only a bit more powerful than him, he would not say the word very powerful. But, to make him say very powerful, this West Ocean Sword Master was definitely an extremely dangerous person. But, it's not like I did not make any progress in this half a year. A cold light flashed through Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Bai Wuxia nodded, not saying anything. Hehe, my Imperial Sword technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level. Although I can only launch 3 swords at the same time, it is still twice as powerful as the 2nd level of the Imperial Sword technique. The telepathic sword that I got from Yi Qin helped me comprehend the profound meaning of speed, and the speed of my sword has been greatly improved. Lu Wujin, the West Ocean Sword Master, let me see how powerful you are. Situ Hao stood alone on the peak with a smile on his face. He knew he was not a match for Lu Wujin, but for him, as long as he could fight with people at this level for a while, it would be something to be proud of, which meant he had the potential to catch up. Thinking for a while, Situ Hao thought to himself, Yi Qin got my Imperial Sword technique, but I don't know which level he has cultivated it to. I guess he is at the 2nd level but not beyond the peak of the 2nd level. At that time, I might have to compete with him in the Imperial Sword technique to see who is better. The night passed. The 18th of September arrived. Haha. The sky had just brightened when three figures came through the air, and the one in the lead was none other than Lu Wujin, the West Ocean Sword Master. Lu Wujin, the West Ocean Sword Master. Lu Wujin is here. The people near the Nine-Dragon Lake were all startled. They looked at the three figures and then focused on the one in the lead. Lu Wujin's body was not strong and he was a little thin. His palms were slender like bamboo, and they seemed to have some kind of magic power. On his face, which was not very handsome, he had a pair of narrow and sharp eyes and a tall nose. At first glance, one would be attracted to him. Looking around, Lu Wujin did not find Yi Chen's figure, and the corner of his mouth rose. Humph, the continent sword master? I'm afraid he is too scared to come. The woman in colorful clothes sneered. No hurry, there are a lot of people who interest me here. I can play for a long time. Lu Wujin said lightly. Indeed, there are a lot of powerful warriors. The young man's expressionless eyes gradually turned sharp. If he was a rock before, then he was a piece of steel now. The aura he was giving off was not any weaker than Lu Wujin's. Lu Wujin was the red flower and he was the most obvious green leaf. You are Lu Wujin. The first one to stand out was Bai Minghui. All martial geniuses did not want to lose. Even though he knew that he was no match for Yi Chen, he still wanted to challenge him. You do not interest me at all. Lu Wujin glanced at Bai Minghui and then shook his head. You will know soon whether I am interested or not. Take this spear attack of mine first. Bai Minghui took out the long spear on his back and waved it out. The invisible spear light ignored most of the distance and it was indeed Skybank. Nailin, you go meet him. Lu Wujin said to the woman in colorful clothes. All right. The woman in colorful clothes jumped up as a long red whip appeared in her hand. She lashed out at the invisible spear light. That unbelievably fast spear light seemed to have sunk into a swamp all of a sudden. Its speed was drastically reduced before it was shattered into pieces by the long whip. So powerful. This Bai Minghui is ranked in the top 20 in the master level warrior ranking, but his killing attack was blocked by a girl right next to Lu Wujin. Don't worry, Bai Minghui still has a second movement. Everyone knew quite a bit about Bai Minghui's killing attack. Plus, it had been more than a year and it would be impossible for him to not improve at all. Perhaps he had already figured out the third movement. Second movement. Indeed, Bai Minghui's expression darkened slightly when he saw that his first attack had been broken. He immediately performed his second attack. In the next second, 5 beams of silver light attacked toward the woman from different angles. Their speed was even faster than the first attack and they were even stealthier. Bloodthirst kill. The woman in colorful clothes attacked almost at the same time as Bai Minghui, performing the same attack that she had used on Murong Qingqing that day. It was performed with a long whip weapon, so its power was even more powerful. The woman in colorful clothes shook her long whip, and a 3-headed red snake was formed immediately. Its 3 heads clashed onto the 5 silver light beams. Oh, oh, oh. The snake heads were punctured, but the silver light disappeared as well. If this is all you have, then you will lose for sure. The woman in colorful clothes had suffered a loss at the hands of Murong Qingqing, but it did not mean that she was not as powerful as Murong Qingqing. After all, that day at the restaurant she had been a bit careless and did not use her full power. Plus, Murong Qingqing was already very powerful, and she was at least ranked in the top 10 of the master-level warrior ranking. What a joke. I have not even used my true power yet. Bai Minghui's expression was serious. At first, he had looked down on the woman in colorful clothes, thinking that Lu Wujin was just brushing him off. But now he did not think so anymore. The woman in colorful clothes was much more powerful than he had imagined. If he did not use his full power, then he might really lose. Third movement, Skybank separation. His body split into 2 as the 2 Bai Minghui performed the Skybank movement at the same time. Although it was only one movement, the aura was completely opposite. It was as if one was in the light while the other was in the dark. The 2 auras merged together and the Skybank movement immediately changed. The sharp spear light expanded infinitely, expanding by hundreds or even thousands of times in an instant. It shot out and the clouds in the sky were instantly separated. This Bai Minghui has actually managed to learn the 3 movements of the Skybank. Once this movement is completed, his ranking will probably go up a couple of places. Maybe he can even get into the top 10. Everyone was secretly shocked. Oh? The woman in colorful clothes' pupils shrank. This spear attack was really out of her expectation. It actually gave her the illusion that she could not block it. Dragon Slash. Under the huge pressure, the woman in colorful clothes finally used her strongest trump card. Red Jin Yuan poured into the long whip, which was like a huge chain. It coiled out and wrapped around the fierce spear light. Creak, creak. Sparks flew everywhere. The long whip and the spear light wrestled with each other, neither giving in. But in the end, the spear light was like a trapped flood dragon, and it was instantly torn apart. Lose? With no time to lose, the woman in colorful clothes swung her long whip, and the whip light turned into a scarlet python that struck Bai Minghui's protective Zhen Yuan. Bai Minghui puked out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Bai Minghui lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was Lu Wujin who had defeated Bai Minghui, it would not be a big deal. After all, Lu Wujin's strength was undeniable. However, this woman in colorful clothes was only a follower of Lu Wujin, and yet she also had such a frightening strength that even Bai Minghui could not block it. How could they not be shocked? Chapter 705. It is indeed the style of the West Ocean. Bai Wuxia had also been to the West Ocean before, and the warriors there valued speed the most. If they could finish it with one blade attack, they would not bother with a second blade attack. Although Bai Minghui's power was only around 10th, his spear speed could be at least in the top 5. However, that lady's attacking speed was not any slower than his at all. It's too powerful. That long whip appears and disappears like a ghost. It's as easy as using an arm. If this girl is already this powerful, I wonder how powerful Lu Wujin is? It seems like Lu Wujin does not plan to attack right away. If I want to challenge him, I will have to beat this girl and that aggressive young man first. Even Bai Minghui could not do it. If I want to beat this girl, I will have to be ranked higher than him. Everyone discussed among themselves, looking a bit worried. A Chu Zhongtian will fight you. On a flat ground right next to the Nine-Dragon Lake, Chu Zhongtian jumped into the air and landed right in front of the lady. That aggressive aura exploded out of his body, bringing up a tornado. Chu Zhongtian has come out, but his rank is lower than Bai Minghui's. Bai Minghui is 16th and he is 18th. Can he handle this girl? It seems like you guys still do not know much about Chu Zhongtian. Although his power might not be as powerful as Bai Minghui, he has the evil spirit body which gives him an amazing defense. If it comes to a battle of life and death, he will definitely be able to kill Bai Minghui, and even those ranked higher than him. The ranking was based on one's power, which meant that it would be ranked according to one's power. However, sometimes power did not mean everything. For example, in some situations people with powerful survival skills would be able to kill people with higher power. Without a doubt, Chu Zhongtian's defense was definitely one of the best in the ranking, so it would not be wrong to rank him first. You will not be my opponent. The lady in colorful clothes had a very sharp eye. Judging from the aura on Chu Zhongtian's body, she could tell that he would not be more powerful than Bai Minghui. Since even Bai Minghui had lost to her, it would be pointless for him to come out and waste her time. Whether or not I will be your opponent is not up to you to decide. Chu Zhongtian looked cold as his aura increased rapidly. That dark red light flickered on the surface of his body like a layer of shiny film. Lu Wujin was slightly surprised and said to the rainbow-clothed lady, "Nailin, be careful. This person possesses the astral body and has a very high defense." Astral body? The woman's expression changed and she said coldly, "So that's how it is. Make your move. Even if you have the evil spirit body, I will still defeat you." I hope you can still say that later. Back then, Chu Zhongtian's weapon was a dark red rapier. But now, his weapon had long since been replaced with a semi-extreme grade weapon. It was red with a hint of silver and it was extremely heavy. This was a reward for Chu Zhongtian, and the sect had spent a huge price to buy it. With the mace in hand, Chu Zhongtian poured his potent astral essence into it. Immediately, tiny specks of red dust began to float around the mace. These specks of dust shimmered with an illusory light, as if they were compressed diamonds and contained a terrifying energy. Mortal fragmented mace. Chu Zhongtian's figure flashed as he transformed into a dark red ray of light. He instantly arrived a few dozen steps away from the woman in colorful clothes and smashed his mace down. Bloodthirsty triple kill. The multicolor-robed woman did not retreat or evade. With a flick of her whip, a three-headed crimson python charged out. The python head in the middle welcomed the attack, while the two python heads flanked Chu Zhongtian's body from the left and right. She seemed to have the intention of killing Chu Zhongtian with a single move. Break. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to the incoming python head and smashed the middle python head. The python head exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Puff puff. Soon after, the other two python heads also attacked Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan. However, Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan was too powerful. It only caved in a large area like a broken lotus root. Ever since his cultivation base had reached mid-sea of Soul Realm, Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan hadn't been broken in a long time. On the master's ranking there were only a few who could do so. What? His defense is this powerful? The complexion of the multicolor-robed woman greatly changed. She had underestimated the intensity of Chu Zhongtian's astral yuan. Tyrant Dragon Destruction Mace. Mid-rank Profound Sense martial arts took a little longer to charge up, so Chu Zhongtian seized this rare opportunity to use a low-rank Profound Sense martial art, Tyrant Dragon Destruction Truncheon. A red light flashed, and a dark red demonic dragon chi attacked the multicolor-robed woman. The multicolor-robed woman retreated a dozen steps, but she wasn't injured. A low-grade Profound Sense martial skill couldn't threaten her. However, her blood and chi were shaken to the point of being unstable. Fragmented Mace. After the Tyrant Dragon Destruction Mace was a low-grade Profound Sense martial skill, Fragmented Mace. The mortal Fragmented Mace he had used before was a mid-grade Profound Sense martial skill. However, the multicolor-robed woman was from the West Ocean, and her attack speed was too fast. If he wanted to seize the upper hand, he could only use low-grade Profound Sense martial skills that were faster to suppress her and slowly grind her to death. Rumble. The multicolor-robed woman forcefully took on this attack and was forced to take another dozen steps back. Chu Zhongtian continued to press forward, using both the Fragmented Mace and the Tyrant Dragon Destruction Mace in turns without any pause in between. His whole body was like a dark red tornado as he kept attacking his opponent. Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that the multicolor-robed woman who had defeated Bai Minghui would be suppressed by Chu Zhongtian, unable to fight back. This guy's defense is so freakishly powerful. Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan had arrived as well. Li Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. You have low-grade Profound Sense martial skills, but so do I. It was the first time that the multicolor-robed woman was forced to use low-grade Profound Sense martial skills. She felt a bit sullen inside. Wind Flame Whip. Beams of fiery red whip shadows shot out as the multicolor-robed woman finally blocked out Chu Zhongtian's attack and slowly turned the situation around. Volcano Mace. But at this moment, Chu Zhongtian suddenly jumped back several hundred meters. Gripping the swordbreaker with both hands, he smashed it down. This swordbreaker was like the earth splitting apart and a volcano erupting. All of its power was unleashed in an instant, its power incomparably fierce. Mid-grade fire and earth Profound Sense martial skill, Volcano Mace. Damn. The multicolor-robed woman placed both of her hands in front of her and formed a red crystal shield. Crack. The red crystal shield had just formed when it was cracked by the volcanic mace power. Crackling sparks flew everywhere and lava splashed everywhere. Don't be too proud. Watch my fire cloud art. The multicolor-robed woman removed the red crystal shield as her body floated away like she was weightless. She was like a fire cloud that moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived on the right side of Chu Zhongtian. In the next second, a whip shadow coiled down and bound Chu Zhongtian's body. Crack, crack. A couple of marks appeared on his protective evil yuan, and the edges started to crack. Bang. Finally, Chu Zhongtian's protective evil yuan was shattered. The whip shadow coiled around Chu Zhongtian's body and continued to tighten. Break. Chu Zhongtian's muscles swelled as the light on his body flickered countless times. With a snapping sound, the whip shadow broke into pieces and disappeared. How can an evil spirit body be so strong? The multicolor-robed woman was in despair. She had never seen an evil spirit body and thought that it was only twice as strong as an ordinary spirit body. However, Chu Zhongtian's appearance made her realize that the evil spirit body's strength was beyond her imagination. It was probably the strongest physique so far. Nailin, you can't beat him. Let me do it. The majestic youth flashed and arrived beside the multicolor-robed woman. Brother Gu. The multicolor-robed woman was a little unwilling. Lu Wujin said, Nailin, come back. Yes. The multicolor-robed woman had to listen to Lu Wujin. I am Gu Lai, also known as Tyrant Saber Master. I will deal with you in 3 sabers. The majestic youth said in an extremely calm tone. Arrogant words. Chu Zhongtian loosened his muscles and looked straight at Gu Lai. First saber. Gu Lai simply drew his saber and slashed. Crack. Chu Zhongtian didn't have time to dodge at all. A huge crack appeared on his protective evil yuan, and the saber light hit his body, causing traces of blood to appear. Too fast. I can't even see how he attacked. Everyone around the Nine-Dragon Lake was shocked. Second saber. Gu Lai indifferently waved the second saber, and layers of saber curtains appeared. His body shook violently, and Chu Zhongtian's protective Zhenyuan collapsed instantly. His thin inner armor caved in and his bones started to hurt. Third saber. This time, Gu Lai's right arm swelled as he waved his saber, drawing a full moon mark. Chu Zhongtian was right on the edge of the full moon. Dang. Chu Zhongtian had finally blocked Gu Lai's attack, but before he could let out a sigh of relief, a majestic force was transmitted into his body through the puppet. He couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of dark red blood, and his entire body was sent flying. 3 saber strikes and Chu Zhongtian was defeated. Could this guy also be a first-rate super expert in Duguju? Too frightening. Chu Zhongtian's defense is nothing to him, and his saber speed is frighteningly fast. My premonition is getting worse and worse. The enemy this time is too powerful, and it's not just one person. Amidst the discussion, Lu Wujian smiled lightly and mumbled to himself, Gu Lai's tyrant blade, even I have to be careful. If I want to win, I will have to exchange more than 300 attacks. How could a mid-Sea of Souls realm warrior stop him, even if he has the evil spirit body? Including by Wuxia, a lot of martial geniuses' expressions changed. Tyrant Blade Master Gu Lai was definitely a very dangerous warrior. In the ranking, perhaps only Duguju could compete with him. As for who would win, no one knew because they didn't know how powerful Duguju was right now. Unfortunately, Duguju had not arrived yet, and the number of people who could compete with Gu Lai could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, none of them had a high chance of winning since the highest-ranked warrior here was by Wuxia who was ranked 4th and Yin Fengfeng who was ranked 5th. The rest of them would not be Gu Lai's opponent at all. However, Dantai Mingyue who was ranked 3rd had arrived so she might have a chance of winning. But she was even more mysterious and would not attack easily. Hundreds of li away, 2 human figures arrived side by side. What a brutal blade art. No wonder Chu Zhongtian is not his opponent. Yi Chen's soul power had already seen what was happening above the Nine-Dragon Lake, and he was a bit surprised. Chapter 706. Chu Zhongtian had the evil spirit body. Every time he reached a higher realm, his power would increase by a whole new level. Right now, although Chu Zhongtian was only at mid-Sea of Souls realm, and had not even reached peak level yet, his evil yuan was still not something normal people could imagine. Even Murong Qingqing's demon power could not compare to Murong Qingqing's demon power. Of course, she had the perfect demi-demon bloodline which combined with her demon power, made her look like a human demon's. Adding on the fact that her cultivation had already reached late Sea of Souls realm, and she had gone through the one with the world state, her profound sense martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, which was why her battling power was more powerful than Chu Zhongtian's. If Chu Zhongtian reached late Sea of Souls realm, he would definitely be in the top 3 of the master-level warrior ranking. He would be able to compete with Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. As for who would be more powerful, it would be hard to say. Besides his evil spirit body and evil yuan, Chu Zhongtian was still lacking in other areas. The great era is coming. After 10 years, there should be a lot of people here who will reach the life and death realm. Yi Chen let out a breath as a strange light flashed through his eyes. Xianhou had reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, which was a record that was very rare even in the Great Era. There might not be many people who could surpass her. Even Yi Chen himself did not have the confidence to reach the life and death realm before the age of 35, since there was still half-step King Warrior above peak level late Sea of Souls realm. Just the gap between half-step King Warrior and peak level late Sea of Souls realm had already trapped a lot of people, not to mention the life and death realm. In other words, every step after peak level late Sea of Souls realm was like an abyss. No matter how talented one was, there might still be a chance that one step would fail. However, everyone present here was a rare martial genius. After 10 years, there should be some who would be able to reach the life and death realm. For example, Bai Wuxia and the rest of the young generation were already around 35 years old or even older. After 10 years, it would not be impossible for them to reach the life and death realm. Moreover, after 10 years, Yi Chen himself would be 37 years old. The two were traveling at an extremely fast speed, covering hundreds of miles in just a couple of blinks. Yi Chen is here. Near Jiulong Lake, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing as they flew over. In an instant, Yi Chen became the center of attention. Oh. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief, and the worry on their faces faded away. Previously, Yi Qin, Duguju, and Dantai Mingyue were not here. Although there were many of them, there were only a few of them who were powerful, so it was inevitable that they lacked confidence. Now that Yi Qin was here, all of them seemed to have found their backbone and were no longer oppressed by Lu Wujin and Gu Lai's imposing manner. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Qin here, our true spirit continent's chance of victory has increased by at least 30%. We already have a fighting chance. It's a pity that Duguju and Dantai Mingyue aren't here. Otherwise, our chances of winning would be higher. Don't worry. It's only daybreak now. Maybe they'll all come later. Everyone spoke one after another, discussing spiritedly. Sure enough, you've come. Lu Wujin looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin said indifferently, no need to waste time. You and I will decide the winner and loser. Oh. Lu Wujin shook his head. I'm not sure if you have the qualifications to fight with me. If you want to fight with me, you'll have to defeat Gu Lai first. Arrogant. So arrogant. Does he think this is the West Ocean? Hearing these words, the spectators were filled with righteous indignation. Yi Qin, I'll fight in your place. Just as Yi Qin was about to speak, Yin Fengfeng appeared. She had seen Gu Lai's strength with her own eyes, and it was indeed powerful. She didn't have 50% assurance, but she had the advantage of speed. Even if she couldn't win, it would be hard for him to injure her. In this aspect, no one else could compare to her. Be careful. Yi Qin didn't refuse. He was very clear about Yin Fengfeng's advantage and strength. Swish. Abruptly, from the northwest, a beam of light shot over, blade chi crisscrossing. We both use blades. Let me fight him. The light dispersed, revealing a human figure standing in the sky. It was a proud and aloof young man. If it wasn't Duguju, who else could it be? His eyes landed on Gu Lai as he said indifferently. Yin Fengfeng hesitated for a bit, then backed off. Since Duguju was here, there was no need for her to fight with Gu Lai. Most importantly, she felt that her chances of winning were not high, and she might very well lose. Duguju. It's Duguju. I didn't expect him to only be one step behind Yi Qin. I was worried when he would come. Haha, Yi Qin is here. Duguju is here. What is there to worry about? Duguju's arrival had boosted everyone's confidence. Before, they were still worried about Yi Qin being alone. But now all the problems had been solved. Bring out your blade. Duguju was the first to gain the upper hand as he looked at Gu Lai with a condescending attitude. 99 blade strikes, I will defeat you. Gu Lai looked at Duguju with a serious expression. He could feel that the latter's blade aura was not weaker than his at all. Moreover, it carried an aura that made people feel despair. 99 blade strikes. Even if you attack 1,000 times, you won't be able to harm a single hair of mine. Duguju sneered. First blade strike. Gu Lai didn't waste any time. He pulled out his long blade, and the muscles in his right arm bulged as he slashed out diagonally. It was not over yet. After the first blade strike, Gu Lai's second blade strike followed closely. One blade strike after another, a total of 9 blade strikes. Each blade strike was aimed at the blind spots, fast as lightning. Clang, 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 clang. Duguju pulled out his long and thin blade, bouncing off all of Gu Lai's attacks. He seemed to be very relaxed, as if he had done it with ease. So powerful. Duguju is even more powerful than before. Even Gu Lai's 9 blade strikes couldn't threaten him at all. Duguju defeat him. The crowd roared. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, Bai Wuxia praised. He is indeed one of the monstrous geniuses. His improvement is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Although Bai Wuxia was ranked 4th on the master ranking, and Duguju was ranked 2nd, Bai Wuxia might not lose to Duguju if they went all out in a battle. However, it was obvious that Duguju had become stronger, and it was not just a little bit stronger. He could use his blade techniques with ease and familiarity. Yi Qin, how many moves do you think it will take to decide the winner? Murong Qingqing asked Yi Qin. Yi Qin thought for a while and said, more than 300 moves. The winner will most likely be Duguju. You think Duguju will win? The despair blade intent is very difficult to control. Duguju was able to restrain it and only release it at the moment of attack. This proves that his realm has improved again. Yes, it is a little different. Murong Qingqing nodded faintly. Bring out your killing move. Otherwise you will lose miserably. Duguju was so powerful that even Gu Lai was starting to be affected by him. This was unimaginable in the past because Gu Lai's entrance was too domineering. He defeated Chu Zhongtian, who had one of the best defenses, with 3 saber strikes. Brother Gu, defeat him for me? The multicolor-robed lady shouted, feeling very unhappy. Gu Lai was not in the mood to deal with the multicolor-robed lady. Dugu Ju's strength had exceeded his expectations. He felt like he was fighting against Lu Wujin, and he was on the defensive at every turn. Purgatory chop. With his mind, chi and spirit at a high level, Gu Lai flew up and hacked down with his saber. The gray saber chi connected the sky and earth, ruthless and tyrannical. Good. Dugu Ju did not retreat or dodge. He waved the saber in his hand, and a despairing aura burst out, causing the sky to turn white. Boom. Dugu Ju fell down and his feet stepped on the lake, creating ripples. Gu Lai somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on a mountain peak. With this move, Dugu Ju had the upper hand. Tyrannical 24 saber strikes. Feeling that his killing move was slightly weaker, Gu Lai stomped on the mountain peak and flashed, arriving at Dugu Ju in the blink of an eye. He waved his saber again and again, choosing to engage in close combat. Clang, 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 clang. How could Dugu Ju be afraid of him? He waved his saber to meet the attacks. Above the lake and in the sky, saber lights flashed everywhere. Chi exploded, and the 2's figures could not be seen anymore. It was as if they had hidden in the void. Crack. Waves of saber chi leaked out, and the surroundings of the 9-dragon lake became unrecognizable. Such a fast exchange. The battle between 2 saber users is more exciting than I had imagined. Too powerful. If I go up, I'm afraid I won't even see their silhouettes before getting killed. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the multicolor-robed woman creased her brows. She originally believed that the continent had no experts and had long since declined. However, the appearance of Dugu Ju was like a sharp saber, shattering her confidence in Gu Lai. This Dugu Ju was indeed very powerful. She had no idea where he had come from. Saber of despair. Dugu Ju's pupils turned eerily white as he slashed out with his saber. Despair chi condensed into a line and bombarded Gu Lai along with the saber chi. Not good. Gu Lai thought that his saber speed was fast enough, but Dugu Ju was actually a bit faster than him. He promptly raised his saber to block and lowered his center of gravity. Clang. Glaring sparks burst forth as Gu Lai's feet slid on the lake water, his clothes torn. Despair fox. Dugu Ju didn't show any mercy. His saber chi became even more vigorous as he slashed out a demonic fox phantom. The demonic fox phantom had a sinister appearance and densely packed sharp teeth. Exuding a dense despair chi, it bit at Gu Lai. Sky absolute tyrannical saber. Blue veins popping out on his forehead, Gu Lai furiously roared. His aura erupted fiercely, and his entire body seemed to turn into a giant as he forcefully slashed out with his saber. Swoosh. The mournful saber light slashed at the demonic fox phantom. Brr. Before the demonic fox phantom was slashed apart, it spat out a pale white beam of light, which struck Gu Lai's protective Zhen Yuan. With a kacha sound, Gu Lai's protective Zhen Yuan was instantly shattered. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he involuntarily flew back and fell on the lakeside. Gu Lai had been defeated by Dugu Ju. From start to finish, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Dugu Ju's strength shocked everyone. Even Lu Wujin faintly creased his brows, feeling that Dugu Ju wasn't easy to deal with. Others couldn't compare to him. Turns out he's the most powerful person on True Spirit Continent. That sword master of the continent only has an undeserved reputation, the multicolor-robed woman said. Interesting. Defeating all the geniuses of True Spirit Continent is my goal this time. But if I were to defeat him effortlessly, it would be too boring. Seems like he's my strongest opponent. Lu Wujin had the thought of fighting. Opponents were hard to come by, and he had always been invincible in West Ocean. It was truly boring. Chapter 707. No wonder he could keep up with Yi Chen. He is simply too powerful. If Yi Chen's improvement speed drops even a little bit, he would be in danger of being surpassed. Li Xiaoyan sucked in a deep breath and mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's unbelievable rise made Li Xiaoyan cautious. Although Dugu Ju was powerful, he could not say that Dugu Ju had surpassed Yi Chen. Regardless, Yi Chen was from the southern regions. Emotionally, he was more biased towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression is very calm. Jing Aoshuan wanted to say something, but after seeing Yi Chen's calm expression, she became pensive. Fortunately, I did not attack. Situ Hao frowned deeply. He had discovered that the geniuses of the Sky Martial region had started to split into two groups. The strong ones were getting stronger, and the weak ones were also getting stronger. However, the gap between their strengths was getting bigger and bigger. He was already showing signs of being left behind, which was not a good sign. All right, I will not fight for one day but for eternity. A strong sense of danger made Situ Hao put away his arrogance. The great era was coming and the levels of geniuses were becoming clearer. Among the former top 5 young warriors, only Bai Wuxia was still standing on the front lines with Yi Chen and Duguju. The others were starting to fall. From this moment on, it would be clear who had the potential to reach the life and death realm. It was like a huge wave washing away the sand. Only those who could endure the test would have the possibility of not being eliminated. If he did not work hard, even the second line would be in danger. You are qualified to be my opponent now. Lu Wujin looked at Duguju, his battle intent rising. Chin. Putting his blade back into its scabbard, Duguju flashed onto a mountain peak and said, "My only opponent is Yi Chen. Let's talk after you defeat him." Lu Wujin and Yi Chen both used swords. Before Yi Chen revealed his strength, Duguju would not turn his opponent into Lu Wujin. Alright, defeating him is not hard. Lu Wujin's expression froze slightly. Duguju's rejection made him a bit unhappy. As far as he was concerned, being acknowledged by Duguju was already something to be proud of. Lu Wujin. Just when Lu Wujin was about to look at Yi Chen, Lu Xiaoyu walked out in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Frowning, Lu Wujin said, "Half a year ago you were not my opponent. It is still the same now. You should step down. Indeed, I am not confident of defeating you. However, you might not be able to defeat me as easily as you did half a year ago," Lu Xiaoyu said as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Oh, it looks like you have made great progress in the past half a year. You will know whether I have made any progress or not when you try. There is no need for Brother Lu to make a move. I will try you." The colorful clothed lady was a spectator of the fight between Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Wujin half a year ago. She knew Lu Xiaoyu's strength very well. She did not believe that Lu Xiaoyu could have made great progress in the past half a year. After all, half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu could not even withstand 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujin. Hence, Lu Xiaoyu was not worthy of Lu Wujin making a move. "Take this." With a long whip in her hand, the colorful clothed lady attacked Lu Xiaoyu with the wind flame whip. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. He instantly unsheathed his sword and swung it. Dozens of arc-shaped sword chi shot out and approached the colorful clothed lady. Buff, 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 buff. The whip and the sword chi collided and produced a series of explosions. However, Lu Xiaoyu's sword wasn't that simple. The dozens of sword chi had different trajectories. Some flew in the air, some slashed straight, some arced, and some were full of power. After the colorful clothed lady's whip was cancelled out, there were still several sword chi that attacked her at lightning speed. Fire crystal shield. The colorful clothed lady quickly used a defensive profound martial skill. There was a loud bang. In the next moment, the colorful clothed lady retreated 10 steps. Her face was filled with shock. How is this possible? His strength has increased by more than 50% in the past half a year. She couldn't help but be shocked. Bai Wuxia nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoyu wasn't someone who would get depressed so easily. Failure would only make him improve faster. This had been proven in the past. Clearly, losing to Lu Wujin in 10 moves half a year ago didn't make Lu Xiaoyu quiet. Instead, it made him cultivate even more crazily, bursting out his unprecedented potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to challenge Lu Wujin. So that's how it is. Good. Let's warm up before the big battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Wujin's clothes were very long, just like his long hair. They fluttered in the wind. He stood in the air and walked toward Lu Xiaoyu step by step. Finally, he stopped 100 steps away. Make your move. Lu Wujin placed his left hand behind his back. Void Kill Sword Art. When Lu Wujin walked over, Lu Xiaoyu had been accumulating his strength and sword aura. When Lu Wujin stopped, he made his move. The distance between them seemed to be ignored. Lu Xiaoyu waved his sword. A strong wind rose and the sword chi filled the sky. Break. Lu Wujin's left hand was still behind his back. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and pulled it out. Then he clashed a few times in the air, breaking all the sword chi. Fast. Extremely fast. Lu Wujin's sword art was even faster than Lu Xiaoyu's Void Kill Sword Art. The sword chi that filled the sky couldn't even get close to him. Void Kill Sword. Lu Xiaoyu naturally knew that Lu Wujin's sword speed was out of this world. Almost no one in the world could compete with it. But he was already prepared for it, so he wasn't surprised. Letting out a breath, Lu Xiaoyu's Zhen Yuan burst out, pouring into the long sword in his hand. The long sword twisted a bit, bringing up an invisible wind as it stabbed toward Lu Wujin, who was not far away. Pop. Lu Wujin's position was refracted, as if he was in a mirror, and this mirror could shatter at any moment. Your attack power is enough, but it still can't do anything to me. Lu Wujin held his sword with one hand and swept it upward, using the most vigorous and boundless shifting ocean sword qi. Immediately, a deep white sword qi engulfed the heaven and earth, cleanly breaking Lu Xiaoyu's sword aura. The spatial refraction effect also vanished like smoke in thin air. Whoosh. The remaining moving ocean sword qi didn't stop, attacking toward Lu Xiaoyu. Ichim? He saw the weakness of Lu Xiaoyu's sword attack. Bai Wuxia knew Lu Xiaoyu's ace attack very well. That void kill sword seemed to be close to shattering the space, but it was actually a trick. Wind was everywhere and the flow of air was wind. This void kill sword contained the profound of wind, which could cause the wind to go berserk and destabilize the space. However, it was still a long way from truly shattering the space. Of course, even though it was a trick, the power of this void kill sword was not to be underestimated. The only weakness was that the attack range was too big, and the power was not concentrated. Otherwise, this sword attack would definitely be the most powerful one. Chaotic Wind Chop. Facing the incoming deep white sword qi, Lu Xiaoyu didn't panic at all. The long sword in his hand drew a circle in the air, creating a storm of sword qi. Bang! 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 The deep white sword qi was shattered, turning into thousands of sword threads. Lu Xiaoyu was careless and was hit by a few of the sword threads. His sleeves and shoulder clothes were torn and he got hit in the chest as well. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. This doesn't look good. Lu Xiaoyu's power has improved very quickly, and he might be able to return to the top 5 young giants, but Lu Wujin is too strong. Holding his sword with one hand, he can suppress Lu Xiaoyu. It doesn't seem like he is getting serious. It's my turn. Lu Wujin took a step forward and instantly appeared before Lu Xiaoyu. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and a white sword screen covered the latter. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew everywhere as Lu Xiaoyu did his best to block Lu Wujin's attacks. The speed of his attacks became faster and faster, and without him realizing it, he had already surpassed his limits. There is indeed improvement. Lu Wujin put down his left hand, which was behind his back. His body became more agile, and his sword qi was sometimes as violent as thunder, sometimes as swift as the wind, and sometimes as ferocious as the waves. Pum. Unable to dodge, Lu Xiaoyu was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a sword qi. More and more blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still bright. Metal Wind. Holding his sword with both hands, Lu Xiaoyu used the result of the past half a year. It was his strongest killing move, a mid-tier Metal Wind fusion profound sword move. The golden sword wind was very tangible, and it swept toward Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin's brows twitched. This Lu Xiaoyu wasn't that strong half a year ago, but now his power was almost at Master Skysword's level. Not only did he receive nearly 100 moves from him, he had also developed an even stronger killing move. Without any hesitation, Lu Wujin also used his killing move, 1,000-mile thread. Puchi. The golden sword winds collided against the line of sword energy. The golden sword winds were instantly sliced apart. However, the golden sword winds were seemingly endless and a significant amount of the line of sword energy's power was whittled away. Shockwaves of gold and white intersected as a result, which assailed the two cultivators. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, Lu Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body was sent flying. As for Lu Wujin, he also retreated dozens of steps. This was the first time he had been forced back. Sigh, Lu Xiaoyu lost as well. Even though he lost, it's still a glorious defeat. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even receive 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujin. But now he has received 100 and his power has increased by nearly half. Emichim, Lu Xiaoyu must know that he can't win and he just wants to test his strength. Not being able to receive 10 sword strikes was very humiliating, but receiving 100 sword strikes was completely different. Although Lu Wujin didn't seem to be going all out, letting out a breath, Yi Qin said, "It's my turn." Don't be careless. Murong Qingqing reminded Yi Qin. I know. With his strength, I can't afford to be careless. Facing the wind, Yi Qin's sword aura burst out, spreading out like the night, covering the entire Nine-Dragon Mountain and Nine-Dragon Lake. Without needing any reminder, everyone's attention was drawn over. In everyone's eyes, the world seemed to have disappeared, and only Yi Qin remained. The world they felt was deathly silent. Those who were closer to Yi Qin discovered that they couldn't even speak. It was like they had fallen into a nightmare. They could think but they couldn't move their bodies. What a terrifying sword intent. Bai Wuxia took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Duguju was also somewhat shocked. His hands and feet trembled in excitement. This was a feeling that no one else could give him. Such nervousness, such anticipation. Chapter 708. Because Yi Chen's sword intent was pointed in Lu Wujian's direction, the multicolor-robed woman was also affected. She retreated several steps and said with a pale face, "Impossible." She had never seen a sword intent of this level. Compared to Yi Chen's, even Lu Wujian was somewhat inferior, which was hard for her to accept. "Lu Wujian, now you should know why I don't want to fight with you. You don't have the qualifications to look down on Yi Chen." Duguju's eyes blossomed with a strange splendor as he inwardly said. The long sword at his waist trembled unceasingly, as if ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Lu Wujian's eyes narrowed into slits, and an ice-cold light flowed within. He could feel a heavy threat from Yi Chen's body. This threat was no longer self-defined, but an instinctive one. If even his body could feel the threat, one could easily imagine how powerful Yi Chen was. Very good. This is the first time I, Lu Wujian, have underestimated someone. Indeed, I've underestimated you. But so what? You'll still lose to me. Pressing his left hand on the tip of the sword hilt, Lu Wujian straightened his back. A swift and fierce sword intent pierced through the sky, colliding with Yi Chen's sword intent. Countless fine explosions resounded in the void, and a chaotic storm appeared out of nowhere, spreading in all directions. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded one after another. The people nearby felt as if their heads were about to split open as they frantically retreated, avoiding the assault of the will storm. Will storm. Retreat. This is a clash of king-level wills. Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was at the 5th step, and its might was equivalent to an ordinary 6th-step sword intent. Lu Wujian's sword intent was also at the 5th step, but not an ordinary one. It was a relatively rare firmament sword intent. Although it couldn't compare to the destruction sword intent, it was much more powerful. The clash of their sword intents was equivalent to the clash of two life and death kings. One could easily imagine the destructive power produced. Of course, although the two sword intents were powerful, they were not life and death kings after all. Their usage of sword intents was much weaker than life and death kings, and belonged to the bottom tier. However, the clash of king-level sword intents was not ordinary after all. If one did not retreat, one's soul might be crushed by the will storm and die miserably on the spot. The sword intent itself didn't have any color, but it did when used on the outside world. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was filled with a devouring black color, without a trace of brilliance. Lu Wujian's firmament sword intent was white with a hint of blue. It was neither strong nor weak, gentle yet carrying a sharp aura. The two sword intents clashed, causing the black and white to clash in the sky above the Nine-Dragon Mountain. The black was a bit stronger, suppressing the white and occupying a large area, while the white held its ground and waited for an opportunity to counterattack. Wave slash. With the sword intent suppressed, Lu Wujian's Zhen Yuan gushed out of his body and poured into the longsword in his hand. The longsword let out a long ringing sound and slashed toward Yi Chen like a deep white ocean wave. Swoosh. The black and white were torn apart, and a mark pierced through the two colors, rushing straight toward Yi Chen on the mountain peak. Pulling out the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chen waved it in the air. The black sword chi was like a crack in the void, swallowing half of the wave-shaped sword chi, while the other half was also annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. Impressive, but it's still not enough. Lu Wujian laughed loudly. Dressed in a long robe, his body turned into a long rainbow, arriving in an instant. He launched hundreds of sword attacks at Yi Chen in a row. Each sword attack was unbelievably fast, as if one person had turned into hundreds of people, waving their swords at the same time, aiming straight at Yi Chen's vitals. Too fast. It's twice as fast as the battle with Lu Xiaoyu. Can a human really have such a powerful sword speed? West Ocean Sword Master is not called that for nothing. This is a battle between sword masters. Look, Yi Chen's sword art is also very fast. His hand and sword have already disappeared, leaving only sword chi. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Yi Chen rushed toward Lu Wujian, waving his Thunder Disaster Sword to the extreme, blocking Lu Wujian's attacks one after another. Not only that, although Yi Qin was in the countercurrent, his counterattack had even caused the countercurrent to stagnate, standing on equal footing. Ding 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 ding. If the battle between Duguju and Gulai was said to have reached a limit in both speed and power, then the battle between Lu Wujian and Yi Qin was said to have both surpassed that limit and continued to rise, seeming to be endless. Because their speed was too fast and their swords were also fast, their figures didn't disappear. On the contrary, they moved in a different direction. In the sky, the figures of the two were everywhere. From 10 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 80. 100 Yi Qins and 100 Lu Wujians were exchanging blows in different postures. Some raised their swords against each other, some chased each other, some competed in exquisite sword arts, and some fought in the air, causing chi energies to explode. Far away from the Nine-Dragon Lake, the crowd was dumbfounded, all of them dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there would be someone who could use sword arts to such an outrageous level, and it was not one but two. Lu Wujian's strength was beyond their imagination. Yi Qin's strength also shocked them once again. The West Ocean Sword Master versus the Continent Sword Master. This was a battle between sword masters, rarely seen in 100 years. Moving sea sword chi. A small part of Lu Wujian's figure disappeared, and a clear figure condensed, waving a dark white sword chi that swept through the sky and earth. Buff, 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 buff. Dozens of Yi Qin's figures were broken, like a rag wiping on a dusty glass, instantly clearing a large area. Infinite golden ripples. Dark golden ripples burst out, blooming in circles. Wherever Yi Qin's figure moved, the Lu Wujian would be destroyed. With Yi Qin as the center, the area within a radius of several thousand meters became a world of ripples, and Yi Qin was the master of this world. The last figure was destroyed, and Lu Wujian's real body rushed towards Yi Qin, his long robe fluttering in the wind, and he shouted, "Retreat!" It was still the moving sea sword chi, but this time, it turned the sky above Nine-Dragon Lake into an ocean. Now this ocean was rolling, and it carried a terrifying power and momentum, immediately swallowing the ripple world around Yi Qin. This moving sea sword chi is too majestic, and there is no way to deal with it. I wonder how Yi Qin is going to deal with it. Everyone could see that Lu Wujian was going all out, and the power of the moving sea sword chi was not something that Lu Xiaoyu could compare to. With one sword, the ocean rolled and the mountains moved, and the power was terrifying. When a person faced the entire ocean, it was inevitable that they would feel small. Break. A black pillar of sword chi shot out from the ocean, dyeing the entire ocean a dark white. Countless cracks appeared on the edges, making it look like a gigantic glowing body. However, the light that came from within was black, and a destructive aura wantonly emanated from it. Rumble. A sky-shaking sound rang out, and Yi Qin flew out. He actually broke my all-out moving sea sword chi. Lu Wujian was slightly surprised. Be it the battle with Zhong Sky Sword or Lu Xiaoyu, he had never been serious. If one move didn't work, he would change to another. But when he fought with Yi Qin, he couldn't casually change his moves. His trump card should be used on the edge of the blade, and he wouldn't use it a second time. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yi Qin's strength. Back when Yi Qin fought with Zhong Sky Sword, his destruction sword intent hadn't reached the 5th step. With the 5th step sword intent, Yi Qin didn't even need the Imperial Sword Art to defeat Zhong Sky Sword. Moreover, although this moving sea sword chi had a majestic momentum, it didn't have much use against Yi Qin. The wider the attack range, the more openings there would be. Even if there were no openings, he would still be able to create one. In the eyes of Lu Xiaoyu, the moving sea sword chi was unbelievably powerful, but in the eyes of Yi Qin, it was nothing. Thunder Devour. After successfully escaping, Yi Qin didn't hesitate at all as he slashed at Lu Wujian. A black thunder ball tore through the sky, rushing over with a destructive aura. Not good. Lu Wujian could tell how terrifying this move was, so he executed the moving sea sword chi again. Bang! The thunder ball exploded, and the moving sea sword chi was shattered. Lu Wujian was forced back dozens of steps, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Yi Qin chased after him. One after another, black thunder balls flew across the sky like a group of mobile cannons, burning brightly. Lu Wujian retreated again and again, gradually being suppressed. The first rank of the Master Warrior ranking is still his this year. Bai Wuxia carefully watched the two's battle and analyzed the information from the previous battle between Lu Wujian and Lu Xiaoyu. He came to a shocking conclusion. Yi Qin's strength was at least twice that of Lu Xiaoyu. This was probably the first time that Lu Wujin, who was known as the Western Ocean Sword Master, had been suppressed by someone. Sword Master Yi Qin could no longer be described as strong. To be more precise, he was dominating the entire situation. The other spectators felt their blood boiling as well. The strength that Yi Qin had erupted with far surpassed their expectations. Not only had he fought with Lu Wujin until now, but he had also gradually gained the initiative. Brother Lu has not even revealed his trump card yet. Open your eyes wide and watch. The multicolor-clothed woman's face was filled with disdain. Sword Master Yi Qin is indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, your opponent is Lu Wujin. Very few people know how terrifying he is. Gu Lai had only suffered some light injuries, nothing serious. Now, he stood beside the colorful robed woman and watched the battle between the two. A thousandly thread. Finally, Lu Wujin used his killing move, an all-out killing move. The deep white sword chi condensed into a line and flashed in the air. Immediately, several thunderballs were cut apart. Although the broken thunderballs did not lose their momentum and continued to shoot over, they were much weaker. Lu Wujin blocked and broke them with his sword. After stabilizing the situation, Lu Wujin held his breath and swept his sword diagonally. The condensed sword chi passed through the gaps and headed for Yi Qin. If this sword strike landed, even Chu Zhongtian would be severely injured and on the verge of death. Its attack power and momentum were terrifying. Thunder devour, condense. Yi Qin did not panic. He held his sword with both hands and slashed out with a heavy and swift posture. Crack. Black thunder and lightning gathered at the tip of the sword and shot out, forming a thunder ball. The thunder ball's shape changed from a perfect circle to an oval, and from an oval to an oblate. It was like a shuttle, a black ball of light. The compressed thunderball was so fast that it blurred Yi Qin's vision. It clashed with the sword chi that had been condensed into a line. With a cracking sound, the deep white sword chi was cut in half. It brushed past Yi Qin's body and pierced through the two mountains behind him, going deep into the ground. And the black ball of light turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Lu Wujin. The power of the beam of light decreased a lot, but Lu Wujin still took a few steps back, his chi and blood fluctuating. Not bad at all. This is the first time I've met someone who can be evenly matched with me. You're the first. Unfortunately, my strength is not something you can imagine. Meeting me is your misfortune and also the beginning of your failure. Lu Wujin's expression was calm, but his eyes became extremely sharp. When he looked at them, they felt like there were countless swords stabbing into their eyes. Chapter 709. This is what I wanted to say to you as well. Yi Qin squinted his eyes slightly. As he opened and closed his eyes, a bright light condensed into a line, looking like two silver beams of light. A wild wind blew, causing his black hair to dance in the air like clouds. Interesting. Yi Qin was not only the first powerful opponent Lu Wujin had ever met, but also the first one to look down on him. This made him so angry that he started laughing instead, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Since you are so confident, then I will beat you until you lose your confidence. I, Lu Wujin, have roamed the West Ocean for 10 years without losing once. Today I will not lose either. The one who will lose will be you. Putting the long sword back into its scabbard, Lu Wujin's body slightly leaned forward. His right hand was placed on the sword hilt, and his sword aura was condensed. Is that so? You will be disappointed. The Thunder Disaster sword pointed downwards, and strands of black sword light shot out from its tip. Yi Qin's posture did not change as he looked straight at Lu Wujin. Whale breaking water, crazy kill. When the sword aura had accumulated to its peak, the instant it would explode if it continued to accumulate, Lu Wujin made his move. Clang. A resplendent blue-white sword light illuminated the horizon, seeming like a boundless ocean. Amidst the clear and crystalline waves, a colossus broke out of the water. It was a huge whale not condensed from Zhenyuan but sword chi. It was somewhat similar to Duguju's Fox of Despair. However, compared to Fox of Despair, this huge whale was even more tyrannical and frightening. With a biting cold killing intent, the huge whale leaped into the air, opened its mouth and attempted to swallow Yi Qin. The spectating experts in Yi Qin's position were overwhelmed with shock. The huge whale opened its mouth, revealing a pitch-black darkness inside. It was incomparably huge, as if it was a black hole that was constantly expanding. It seemed as if it was going to swallow the heaven and earth in front of it. They couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. If you want to swallow, I'll let you swallow. Raising the Thunder Disaster sword high above his head, Yi Chen held it with both of his hands. Streams of black electric currents gathered on the tip of the sword, and in the next second, a thunder ball appeared out of nowhere, spinning at a high speed. In just a blink of an eye, the thunder ball had expanded to a few meters in size, and no matter how much it was compressed, it could not shrink. Go! The Thunder Disaster sword slashed out with all its might, and a huge thunder ball flew into the whale's mouth, entering its body through its throat. Gurgle. A muffled sound rang out, and the giant whale's momentum slowed down. Its body swelled unnaturally like an inflated balloon and continued to inflate. Boom. As its body swelled to its limit, the giant whale exploded into pieces. A black and white shockwave spread out in a ring shape, and a black and white mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, poking a huge hole in the sky. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like a nuclear bomb had exploded in front of him. His body was blown away by the shockwave, and after a slight pause, he was blown backward like a piece of paper. Lu Wujin was not feeling good either. He did not expect Yi Chen's Thunder Devour to have so many changes. Before, it was compressing the thunder ball to increase its power, and now it was pouring in a huge amount of Zhenyuan to increase its explosive power. Judging from the size of the thunder ball and its explosive power, the thunder profound contained in this move had exceeded the entry realm by quite a bit, at least 40%. Just the Thunderball's explosive power was huge, and the giant whale was an enclosed environment. The Thunderball's explosive power was unimaginable. Because of all these factors, the shockwave this time was unprecedentedly fierce. It was so fierce that it formed a ring-shaped circle, and all the power was gathered together. It wasn't a continuous shockwave. Crick. An unpleasant grinding sound came from the protective Zhenyuan. Lu Wujin only felt his body go numb, and he was blown backward involuntarily. The scenery on both sides was getting further and further away from him, turning into a blur. Retreat again. The shockwave was too ferocious, forming a circular chi wave. Apart from a few people, the rest retreated several li in succession. Yi Chen and Lu Wujin's figures had already turned into two small dots. Fortunately, by circulating Zhenyuan to their eyes, they could still see clearly. What a powerful shockwave. The mountain under their feet turned into ashes in an instant. Bai Wuxia and the rest leaped up and stood in the air, their protective Zhenyuan flickering. Break! Gu Lai stood in front of the multicolor-robed woman, condensing a Zhenyuan saber on his protective Zhenyuan and splitting the shockwave in half. This? Even Brother Lu's whale breaking water was broken? The multicolor-robed woman could not understand what was going on. Gu Lai said with a solemn expression, "It's not the final moment yet. Right, Brother Lu's strongest trump card has not been used yet." The multicolor-robed woman regained her confidence in Lu Wujin and stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. After flying for about 7 or 8 li, Yi Chen finally stopped. He squinted his eyes to prevent the bright light from hurting them. He should still have killing moves. Worthy of being the West Ocean Sword Master. Apart from not using Golden Hurricane or defensive sword art, Yi Chen had already gone all out. Lu Wujin was the strongest swordsman he had met so far, so he could not afford to be careless. You can actually break my whale breaking water. Lu Wujin's calm expression turned grave. He had already realized that Yi Chen was not that easy to defeat. If he did not use all of his skills, he might not even be able to harm a single hair of his opponent. It could be said that Yi Chen was the biggest obstacle in his life. Either he tripped over the obstacle and fell to the ground, or he could step over it and continue forward. I will not lose. Lu Wujin had never thought that he would lose, and it was the same this time. The sky-piercing cloudy sword intent increased crazily. An extremely powerful aura spread out from Lu Wujin's body, and his Zhenyuan rose steadily. It seemed that he had used some secret technique to activate it, allowing him to exert a power far beyond his limit. Because the sword intent was too strong, and the cloudy sword intent was a sword intent with a relatively strong explosive power, it caused the aura outside Lu Wujin's body to condense into numerous illusory sword shadows. They were not man-made but natural. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wujin was covered by the sword shadows, looking like a hedgehog with sword shadows. The extremely sharp sword aura scared a lot of people. Lu Wujin is about to go crazy. What a terrifying sword aura. This Lu Wujin's power is simply limitless. I wonder if Yi Chen can handle it. Look, Yi Chen is activating his sword intent as well. The crowd was first attracted by Lu Wujin, and then shifted their attention to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was even more powerful than Lu Wujian's cloudy sword intent. Once it was fully activated, the destructive aura was simply earth-shattering. Even the sky was dyed black. Above the sky, black lightning flashed endlessly. A huge black sword shadow condensed on Yi Chen's body. The sword shadow only released a bit of its sharpness, but it was already able to create a huge hole in the sky. Blood Sea Buddha. On the other side, Lu Wujian had already finished accumulating power. The surging aura around him caused the space around him to distort. Taking a step forward, Lu Wujian used every bit of strength in his body to swing his sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, a bloody rain and a bloody sea spread out. Countless blood-colored sword shadows danced in the sky, turning the sky above the Nine-Dragon Lake into a bloody purgatory, covering Yi Chen. As he was increasing his sword intent, Yi Chen's cold eyes stared at Lu Wujian. He could see that Lu Wujian had not only comprehended the profound of wind and water, but also the extremely strange profound of blood. This Blood Sea Buddha was a combination of the profound of water and the profound of blood. Water and blood originally had something in common. Combining them, not only could the profound of water be improved, but it also allowed the profound of blood to be more powerful. It was a very overbearing profound martial art. Gold Hurricane. The combination of the profound of blood and the profound of water was very powerful, but the combination of the profound of metal and water of Yi Chen was not weak either. Metal gave birth to water and there was a similar relationship between them. Once the two were combined, the power would increase rapidly, creating a cycle. The Thunder Disaster sword shone with a dark golden luster as Yi Chen attacked with a horrifying destructive sword intent. Puchi. A dark golden ripple of light shot out. Within the ripple of light, the ripples pushed forward layer by layer, reaching the front. In the blink of an eye, its power had increased by leaps and bounds. It slammed into the blood-colored world, punching a hole in it and rushing in. Crackle. The blood-colored sword shadow and the ripple beam clashed together, shattering into pieces. On the surface of the blood sea, a deep sword mark was plowed out. The destructive sword intent filled the sword mark, continuously destroying the structure of the blood sea, causing huge waves to rise. The blood color gradually faded. Lu Wujian's face was cold and expressionless as he waved out another sword attack. The blood ocean covered the entire sky, and the sword shadows shot out everywhere. Break. Yi Chen did not waste any time. The Thunder Disaster sword danced again and again, shooting out beams of ripple beams, bombarding the layers of the blood world. Bang, 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 bang. As the two of them fought, the sun and the moon dimmed, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The violent blood-red sword wind and the black sword wind interweaved together, spinning around the two of them, colliding with each other. Eventually they formed a tornado that was several miles thick, connecting the sky and the earth. In the center of the tornado, the two continued to attack each other, seeming as if they would not stop until one of them fell. Only one of them could walk out of here. Go. Among the spectators, there were people swallowing their saliva from time to time, releasing their nervous emotions. Watching the blood-colored light and black light in the tornado, as well as the dense lightning caused by the friction of energy, someone finally couldn't help but say, "Fuck. This is too exaggerated. They are both Sea of Soul Realm Master-level warriors, but this gap is too big. How is this a battle between two people? It looks like two Sea of Soul Realm armies fighting against each other. There is no way to resist at all. A battle between sword masters is indeed not something we can imagine. I wonder who among them will have the last laugh." As the battle continued, Yi Chen had already activated his dragon bone defense layer. A layer of white bone appeared on his skin, and his semi-extreme rank armor, the Muddy Sky armor, was also activated. Countless twisting blue symbols appeared on his protective Zhen Yuan, increasing its defensive power. Even so, he still did not feel good. The qi and blood in his body were boiling like boiling water. On the other side, Lu Wujian also had a semi-extreme rank armor. It was a blue and white plate armor, which was slightly different from Yi Chen's Muddy Sky armor. This plate armor was releasing cloud-shaped symbols, which stuck on his protective Zhen Yuan like simple white clouds. Besides that, the necklace around his neck also released a dark blue light, forming a second layer of defense outside of his protective Zhen Yuan. Qi waves continuously bombarded the dark blue light, bringing up circles of twisting ripples, which made Lu Wujian tremble from time to time. My Serene Ocean necklace is also a semi-extreme rank artifact. With 2 layers of defense, it should be able to hold on. I would like to see how long you can last. At this moment, it was no longer a battle of strength but endurance. Whoever could not endure it first would lose. There was no other possibility. Chapter 710. This Lu Wujian actually has a semi-extreme grade accessory. Yin Fengfeng was a bit astonished. Among artifacts, the value of defensive artifacts was generally 2 times that of offensive artifacts, while accessory artifacts were 3 times that of offensive artifacts. The reason why they were so expensive wasn't because of how good they were. In fact, the aid they could provide was limited, and couldn't compare to defensive and offensive artifacts. However, they were too rare, and the rarer they were, the more valuable they were. Moreover, one could only wear a single defensive artifact and hold 1 or 2 offensive artifacts. Any more would be a waste. However, wearing accessories could still increase one's battle power, such as necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings, and so on. Without any exaggeration, if an ordinary Sea of Soul master were to wear a full set of semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts, hold a semi-extreme grade offensive artifact, and have a complete set of accessory artifacts, all of which were of semi-extreme grade, then even 2 Yi Chens wouldn't be able to do anything to the opponent, unless the opponent's Zhen Yuan was exhausted. Of course, this was impossible. A full set of semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts was something that even a 4th grade sect, the Void sect, couldn't collect. Moreover, a complete set of semi-extreme grade accessory artifacts was even more difficult than a full set of defensive artifacts. Being able to produce 1 or 2 was already quite amazing. Only in the ancient and medieval eras, when all kinds of artifact refining methods had not been lost, could such a thing happen. Lu Wujian's strength was already unpredictable, and adding a semi-extreme grade accessory, his defense had increased by a large margin. If this continued, Yi Chen would very likely lose. The situation is not good. Not to mention Lu Wujian's sword master level strength, he even has a semi-extreme grade accessory. How can he compete? Although the defense of a semi-extreme grade necklace is not as good as a semi-extreme grade armor, it's at least 60 to 70% effective. Could it be that Yi Chen will really lose? Everyone's face revealed a worried expression. Contrary to everyone else, the multicolor-robed woman revealed a joyous expression. So what if he's the Continent Sword sect? He still has to make way for our West Ocean Sword sect. Bang bang bang. In the tornado, the 2 had already exchanged over 100 moves, each with their full strength. For a moment, the earth shook and the sky turned dark. Yi Chen, admit defeat. You can't defeat me. Lu Wujian was very confident. In terms of defense, he had 2 layers. In terms of cultivation base, he was already at peak level late Sea of Souls realm at the age of 32. His Zhen Yuan was much more abundant than Yi Chen's. Therefore, even if Yi Chen could endure the continuous attacks, his Zhen Yuan would be exhausted, and he would lose all of his battle power. The battle hasn't ended yet, so why should I admit defeat? Lu Wujian had 2 layers of defense and so did Yi Chen. Although the Dragon Bone defense layer was not as powerful as a semi-extreme rank accessory, it was still very powerful. It had helped Yi Chen to offset a lot of the power and saved him from getting hurt. You'll give up sooner or later. Lu Wujian secretly increased his strength, and his true essence flowed like water. The pressure on Yi Chen increased greatly, and he inwardly creased his brows. In terms of endurance, he naturally couldn't compete with Lu Wujian. In any case, the latter had a cultivation base of peak late Sea of Souls realm, and his Zhen Yuan was 20 to 30% more vigorous than his. Even if the consumption was huge, he should still have 10% Zhen Yuan left. Blood-severing Ghost Finger has more or less reached 20% maturity. Let's cut off a portion of his blood first. Waving the Thunder Disaster Sword with his right hand, Yi Chen released a ripple of light while his left hand slashed toward Lu Wujian. Like a judge's pen, he could judge a person's life and death. It possessed an indescribable boldness, causing others to feel indescribably frightened and panicky. Lu Wujian thought that Yi Chen was going to use finger arts to attack him. He disdainfully smiled and didn't take any measures. With 2 layers of defense, he didn't need to worry at all. However, when Yi Chen's sword finger slashed down, Lu Wujian's expression changed. For some reason, a small portion of his qi and blood had disappeared, as if it had evaporated. This small portion was only 1,000th of his qi and blood. It wasn't much, but anyone would feel uneasy if they discovered that a small portion of their qi and blood had mysteriously disappeared. What kind of finger art is this? Lu Wujian secretly raised his guard. The effect is not bad. This time I'll be a bit more ruthless. Previously it was just a test, so Yi Chen didn't use his full strength. Cut. Condensing Zhen Yuan on his sword finger, Yi Chen slashed toward his opponent again. Different from last time, as Yi Chen's sword finger slashed out, a withered white palm shadow appeared within Lu Wujian's protective Zhen Yuan. The white palm reached into Lu Wujian's body and grabbed out a blood light. It then clenched its fist and the blood light dissipated into nothingness. "How dare you cut off my blood and qi?" Lu Wujian roared. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His blood and qi had suddenly been reduced by 5%. What kind of concept was this? Only when one was in his best condition could he use his peak battle power. Losing 5% of his blood and qi meant that his condition had instantly deteriorated, and his explosive power had dropped by a level. The people watching the battle exchanged glances. They could also tell that Yi Chen had used a horrifying finger art. It had forcibly cut off a part of Lu Wujian's blood and qi, and used another method to attack Lu Wujian. This is unbelievable. Not to mention Lu Wujian, even Yi Chen himself had not expected that his blood-severing ghost finger could display such power, cutting off 5% of his opponent's blood and qi. Moreover, that withered white palm shadow was filled with a deathly aura, which was completely out of place in this world. Of course, the blood-severing ghost finger also depended on who it was used on. If it was used on a body-refining expert like Wei Longtao, it would be good if it could cut off 1,000th of his blood and qi. This was not only because Wei Longtao had a lot of blood and qi, but also because of the high density of blood and qi of body-refining experts. Therefore, the blood-severing ghost finger would not be able to cut off too much blood and qi. It would be like cutting an iron board with a small knife. "Continue to cut for me." After tasting the sweetness brought by the blood-severing ghost finger, Yi Chen was happy to save some of his strength. His left sword finger slashed in the air, and the withered white palm shadow appeared in Lu Wujian's protective Zhen Yuan for the second time. "Get the hell out of here." Lu Wujian's sky sword intent exploded, attacking the white palm shadow wave after wave. The white palm shadow could ignore Zhen Yuan, but it could not ignore the sword intent. Its speed was reduced by a lot all of a sudden. Just as it took out a small portion of blood and qi from Lu Wujian's body, it was washed away by the sword intent, disappearing from Lu Wujian's sight along with the blood and qi. This time, the blood-severing ghost finger had only taken out 1% of the blood and qi, which was much worse than the last time. It turns out that the blood-severing ghost finger consumes soul power as well. Yi Chen suddenly realized that losing a portion of his soul power did not attract his attention at all. It was as if it had merged into the blood-severing ghost finger in a way that he could not understand. Only then did it have all sorts of miraculous effects, such as stealing the enemy's blood and qi out of thin air. "Yi Chen, you will pay for this." With half of his blood and qi gone, Lu Wujian was extremely furious. He clenched his left hand into a fist, which was shining with a golden light, and threw out a punch towards Yi Chen. Boom. This punch even caused the tornado to show signs of collapsing. The fist might was vast and mighty. "It's a secret art." Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that the fist art Lu Wujian had performed was not a profound sense martial art, but a secret art. It was a super powerful art that could compress the fist power by several times or even 10 times. Void-shattering finger. The sword fingers on his left hand changed as he reached out his index finger. Yi Chen pointed out his finger towards that golden fist, which was shining with a golden light. It was the void-shattering finger that he rarely used. However, this void-shattering finger had obviously reached completion, reaching 100%. Plus, it was the third movement of the void-shattering finger, which was much more powerful than the second movement of Chu Zhongtian's void-shattering finger. The cyan finger power ignored the spatial distance and clashed with the golden fist power. At the beginning of the clash, it should be the golden fist power that had the upper hand. However, the void-shattering finger was a space-profound martial art, which was good at assimilating energy. Although the golden fist power had suppressed it, a lot of its power had been assimilated, and it was gradually weakened. Under this kind of situation, the cyan finger power and the golden fist power had both perished. Up until now, both of them had almost used all of their trump cards, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Although Yi Chen's blood-severing ghost finger was powerful, it consumed a lot of soul power, so it could not be used frequently. Plus, Lu Wujian's sky sword intent had reached rank 5. If he was prepared, the effect of the blood-severing ghost finger would be minimal. Unless he could improve it further, it would not have much of an effect. Knowing that other attacks would not be able to do anything to the other, the two continued to exchange attacks. The situation had instantly reached its climax. The roaring tornado had sucked up all the water in the Nine-Dragon Lake, bringing it up into the sky before falling down again, causing a heavy rain to fall from the Nine-Dragon Mountain. I don't believe that you can block many of my attacks. Gnashing his teeth, Lu Wujin dashed towards Yi Qin, shortening the distance between them and increasing the effect of his attacks. Unexpectedly, Yi Qin did not choose to keep the distance. Instead, he dashed towards his opponent, waving his sword over and over again. It's close combat now. I'm afraid the winner will be decided soon. Everyone held their breaths. Boom, boom, boom. As the distance got closer, the effect of the attacks was not just a little bit stronger but doubled or tripled. Both of their defenses seemed to be unable to handle it, and their blood and chi started to churn. Lose. Lu Wujin used all of his power and threw out a sword attack. A blood-colored ocean and endless blood-colored sword shadows attacked towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin's gold hurricane was not as powerful as his opponent's, but it was much more condensed. At such a close distance, the ripple of light pierced through the blood-colored world and hit Lu Wujin's protective Zhen Yuan. On the other hand, he had also been hit by the blood-colored sword shadows countless times. With a muffled snort, both of them were blown back for miles. Again? The two of them did not care about anything else as they continued to attack without any defense. They only hoped that their attacks could land on their opponent's body. As for whether they would be hit or not, it did not matter at all. Boom. Within a blink of an eye, Lu Wujin had been hit by 3 sword attacks, while Yi Qin had been hit by 2. Lu Wujin let out a fishy smell from his throat, while Yi Qin's face had turned a lot paler. Although Lu Wujin's defense was very high, he could not handle countless attacks. However, Yi Qin was able to handle his attacks, which surprised him greatly. However, when he saw the white bone layer on Yi Qin's palm, he realized that the latter must have used some kind of secret art to increase his physical defense. Let's see how long you can last. Lu Wujin continued to fight with Yi Qin. However, as time passed, Lu Wujin was horrified to discover that he was starting to feel like he couldn't hold on much longer. On the other hand, Yi Qin was still as brave as ever. It was as if the countless small injuries he had accumulated didn't affect him in the slightest, and had long since healed. How is this possible? Lu Wujin could not understand it at all. As for the people who were watching the battle, they were already numb to it. Chapter 7:11. Chu Zhongtian was one of them. The reason he was able to notice this detail was mainly because of his high defense. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to it. However, he realized that no matter if it was Lu Wujin or Yi Qin, their endurance was way beyond his. Lu Wujin was still fine, since he had a semi-extreme rank armor and accessories, and his cultivation base was also at peak level late Sea of Souls realm. His protective Zhen Yuan was extremely powerful, but Yi Qin only had a semi-extreme rank armor, and his cultivation base was also at peak level mid Sea of Souls realm. Even if he had a secret art to increase his defense should still be weaker than Lu Wujin's. However, judging from the current situation, Yi Qin's endurance was way beyond Lu Wujin's. Lu Wujin was almost at his limit, while Yi Qin was still as powerful as ever. Even if I have a semi-extreme rank armor, I don't think I can win against him. For the school to be able to get a semi-extreme rank armor for Chu Zhongtian, it had already cost a lot of manpower and resources. Semi-extreme rank armor was extremely rare, and one might not be able to buy it even if one had spirit stones. Only those super auctions with countless treasures would have a chance. Therefore, the inner armor Chu Zhongtian was wearing was only a top of the upper rank armor. If he had a semi-extreme rank armor, Gu Lai would not have been able to wound him at all. Although it was only a light wound, it would not be a big deal. However, even if he had a semi-extreme rank armor and had the same power as Yi Qin, Chu Zhongtian did not have the confidence to exchange hundreds of attacks with Yi Qin. Lu Wujin was an example. Yi Qin's trump cards were far more than what they showed on the surface. If one thought that Yi Qin only had power, then one would be wrong. His scariness was in all aspects and he had no weakness at all. If he wanted to attack, he had it, and if he wanted to defend, he had it. Even his recovery ability was a level higher than others. The more Lu Wujin fought, the more frightened and desperate he became. Yi Qin's ferocious performance was not fake, and it could be seen from his abundant essence chi. On the other hand, Lu Wujin had used up a lot of his essence chi. His whole body was aching and even his bones were groaning. I can't go on like this. He still has at least 30% Zhen Yuan left. If he takes some Zhen Yuan replenishing pellets, it would not be a problem for him to recover to 40%. I cannot outlast him. Lu Wujian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated Yi Qin. Yi Qin had a whole bottle of semi-extreme rank pellets on him, which were enough to recover his Zhen Yuan to 100%. Of course, one pellet would be one less and Yi Qin would not use them on Lu Wujian. After all, he still had a Dragon God medal which stored 30% of his Zhen Yuan, which would allow him to recover to 60%. He did not need to worry about running out of Zhen Yuan at all. Boom. After another exchange, Lu Wujian felt a sweetness in his throat. He could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully suppressed it. Increase the distance. Lu Wujian did not want to exchange another attack with Yi Qin at such a close distance. He was sure that he would definitely spurt out blood and suffer from severe injuries. As his figure turned, Lu Wujian retreated in a curve. Each time he reached a turning point he would leave behind a clear human figure. However, this figure would not even last for a second before it would be pierced through by the light ripple, disappearing into thin air. It would almost injure Lu Wujian's body. Such a marvelous movement art. Yi Qin could tell that Lu Wujian would be able to increase his speed at each turning point and escape first, causing his attack to miss. This way there was no pattern at all, unless he could determine the opponent's retreating route and speed. However, even if he could, it would be useless, since his attack speed would only be slightly faster than the opponent's retreating speed, and he would not be able to catch it unless he used his defensive sword art. Let's see what's going on first. To be honest, Yi Qin did not want to expose his defensive sword art until the last moment. Lu Wujian was the only one who could be evenly matched with him, which was something that even Duguju could not compare with. Yi Qin had a premonition that his opponent might have a trump card that he would not expose easily, just like him. Yi Qin's guess was right. Lu Wujian did have a trump card, but he would not use it unless it was the most crucial moment. Firstly, there was no opponent worthy of him using his trump card. Secondly, once his trump card was exposed, it would no longer be a trump card. All his strength would be deduced by others, and there would be no secrets to speak of. This was not what Lu Wujian wanted to see. But now he had no choice but to use his trump card. Yi Qin's strength was beyond his expectations. If he continued to fight, the possibility of him losing was very high. He could not tolerate losing to Yi Qin. Therefore he had to expose his trump card. There was no other choice. After retreating for about 10 miles, Lu Wujian stopped and stood steadily at the edge of the hurricane. Seeing that Yi Qin did not chase after him, Lu Wujian took a few rapid breaths, suppressing his boiling qi and blood and chaotic Zhen Yuan. Yi Qin, you should be honored. You are the first person in many years who could force me to use my strongest trump card. No one else is worthy. Lu Wujian said in shock. What? Lu Wujian still has a trump card? Is he going to let us live? This is too exaggerated. The previous battles were already earth-shattering. Now that he has used his strongest trump card, it would be even worse. This time Yi Qin is in danger. His trump card is not as good as his. When two people with similar strength could not decide the winner, they could only use their trump cards to decide the winner. It could be said that the trump card was every warrior's last resort, and they could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why they would not easily expose their trump cards. Once they were exposed, there would be no more secrets left. Lu Wujian still has a trump card. Does Yi Qin have a trump card? Could it be the defensive sword art? Situ Hao looked at Yi Qin. It's not possible. Even if Yi Qin had trained the defensive sword art to the 3rd level, it would not be that powerful. His previous strength had already surpassed the 3rd level of the defensive sword art. Unless he could train to the legendary 72 simultaneous swords realm, but the time is too short. Within 2 years, it would be impossible for him to train to the 72 simultaneous swords realm. In history, that legendary swordsman who had reached this realm had spent dozens of years to do so. What could he do in 2 years? He subconsciously thought that Yi Qin's trump card was the defensive sword art. But after thinking about it, he felt that the 3rd level of the defensive sword art was not very useful. The two's battle strength was too high, and the defensive sword art was not useful at all. You should be honored that you could last until now. Next, I will use my trump card to fight against yours. With Lu Wujian's current strength, he naturally could not force Yi Qin to use the defensive sword art. However, once the opponent showed his trump card, Yi Qin would have to use it. He did not think that the opponent's trump card was not threatening at all. It might have the power to wound him badly. Yi Qin also has a trump card? Everyone was dumbfounded and they could not say a word. No matter who won or lost, everyone was convinced by Yi Qin. The battle strength that Yi Qin had shown was definitely at the level of a sword master. It could be said that some people had doubted Yi Qin's title of sword master before. After all, it was made up by the knowledge pavilion, and it was different from seeing it with their own eyes. But now they did not doubt it at all. On the contrary, if someone doubted it, they would definitely refute it. The title of sword master in the continent belonged to Yi Qin. Phew. Duguju let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed. I'm not a match for them now. There is no need to fight. Not knowing that the two still had trump cards, although Duguju did not think that he would win, he still had a chance. Yi Qin, do not disappoint me. Between Lu Wujian and Yi Qin, Duguju would naturally lean towards Yi Qin. After all, Yi Qin was also a sword artist of the continent, while Lu Wujian was from the West Ocean. The purpose of this trip was to beat all of the martial geniuses of the continent and look down on all of them. Lu Wujian's expression changed and he looked serious again. All right. I did not expect that you would be like me, still having trump cards. But once I use my secret sword, even I will not be able to control myself. By then I might kill you. Don't blame me for being cruel. Lu Wujian was not lying. He indeed could not control his secret sword completely. Most importantly, Yi Qin was too powerful. He was afraid that if he held back he might lose. Don't worry. Once I use my defensive sword spell, I might be able to kill you as well. Let's fight with everything we have. Yi Qin put away his Thunder Disaster sword, and there was no sword in his hands. Is it really the defensive sword spell? Situ Hao's eyes were wide open as he stared at Yi Qin. He would like to see how different Yi Qin's defensive sword spell was from his. The two top sword masters stood in the air, facing each other. Outside, the tornado was still roaring. One was quiet while the other was moving. The whole world seemed to have stopped. Boom, boom. The two rushed toward each other at the same time. That horrifying chi explosion was something that even the tornado could not cover up. Secret sword, 3 sky sword chi. Defensive sword spell, 3 sword attacks. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but the two super powerful killing attacks were all related to the word 3. Lu Wujian's 3 sky sword chi was 3 different colored sword chi, green, blue, and red. Each of them contained a different profound. The green sword chi contained the profound of wind, the blue one contained the profound of water, and the red one contained the profound of blood. Do not look down on these 3 sword chi, as they were not only profound martial arts, but also secret arts. Normally, secret arts would not contain pure profound. Once they did, their power would increase exponentially. The 3 different colored sword chi attacked toward Yi Qin, full of killing power. At the same time, the gold sword on Yi Qin's back had also taken out of its scabbard. It shook in the air and split into 2 Zhenyuan gold swords. 3 gold swords shot out toward the 3 sword chi. Oh, oh. The green sword chi and the red sword chi exploded and were shattered by the Zhenyuan gold sword. The blue sword chi in the middle could not even withstand a single attack from the original gold sword. It turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared without even making a sound. What? Not good. Lu Wujian's eyes popped out. The 3 sky sword chi that he had been so confident in had been destroyed by Yi Qin's 3 sword attacks. How could he not be shocked? Without any other thoughts, Lu Wujian's next thought was to focus on defense. He did not believe that his 2 layers of defense would not be able to block out the 3 sword attacks that had been weakened by a lot. Lu Wujian's 2 layers of defense were indeed extremely powerful. After breaking through the semi-extreme rank accessories dark blue layer, the Zhenyuan gold sword disappeared. However, the original gold sword's power was 3 times that of the Zhenyuan gold sword, which was way more powerful. Swoosh. The first layer of defense had been pierced through, and so had the second layer. The original gold sword turned into a beam of gold light, shooting toward Lu Wujian's neck. At the moment of life and death, Lu Wujian's neck twisted, and the gold sword brushed past it without touching him at all. But, in the next second, a huge amount of blood poured out of his neck. His main artery had been cut open by the sword chi, and the blood would not stop flowing out. Yi Qin's defensive sword spell had already reached beyond the Sea of Souls realm. Chapter 7:12. The gold light flashed and blood shot out like a fountain. It was breathtaking and the killing intent was overwhelming. Yi Qin's 3 sword attack had sent chills down everyone's spines. Lu Wujian's 3 sky sword chi was already powerful enough to kill most of the top master level warriors within seconds. Even Duguju would be severely wounded if he were to fight against it. However, the 3 Sky Sword Chi was even more powerful. Yi Chen's 3 sword attacks were way more powerful than the 3 Sky Sword Chi. With just one touch, Lu Wujin had been wounded like never before. Gu Lai and the lady in colorful clothes were shocked. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that Lu Wujin would lose. It was hard for them to accept this. Impossible. I have also reached the realm of 3 sword attacks. Why is there such a huge difference? Sidu Hao's eyeballs popped out. Without using his sword intent, Sidu Hao thought that Yi Chen's 3 sword attacks would not be that much more powerful than his. Perhaps Yi Chen might not even be as skilled as him. However, right now, Yi Chen's 3 sword attacks had thrown him dozens of streets away. Even if his opponent's sword intent was way more powerful than his, it should not be this powerful. Soul power? Yes, it was soul power. Situ Hao suddenly realized that Yi Chen must be a soul power warrior. If Chu Zhongtian was the most powerful body, then Yi Chen might be the most powerful soul. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for the horrifying defensive sword spell. The defensive sword spell required the control of soul power. Smiling bitterly, Situ Hao suddenly felt a bit regretful. No wonder his opponent was willing to exchange the defensive sword spell with him. It turned out that he was a soul power warrior. For soul power warriors, the defensive sword spell was created for them, which made it invaluable. However, after thinking about it for a while, Situ Hao felt better. So what if he did not give the defensive sword spell to Yi Chen? It would still be hard for him to catch up to him. If that was the case, he might as well enjoy it. At least, he had gotten 6 dragon blood plants, which had increased his strength by 300,000 pounds. He now had the same power as a body training warrior. Besides that, the spiritual sword had also helped him understand the fast profound, which would be very useful for his future growth. Lu Wujin lost. So it turns out that Yi Chen's last ace card is the same as Situ Hao's, the defensive sword art. A powerful warrior is indeed a powerful warrior. Although the defensive sword art in Situ Hao's hands is also powerful, it is still not as powerful as Yi Chen's. Yi Chen is indeed a sword master. Whatever it is in his hands, it will explode with a bright light. That's for sure. Looking back at Yi Chen's path of advancement, it was absolutely astonishing. His attack was like a clap of thunder, leaving the opponent with an unforgettable memory. Humph! Lu Wujin coldly snorted. He naturally wouldn't continue fighting. Not to mention whether he was Yi Chen's opponent or not, he only had 30% of his battle power left. His condition was unprecedentedly low. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. You can be proud for a moment but not for a lifetime. The path ahead of me is still very long. At that time I'll make you pay the price. Lu Wujin was already at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. He never doubted that he would be unable to step into Half-Step King Realm. Once he did, his strength would increase by several folds. Ordinary Half-Step Kings would not be his opponent, not to mention Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul Realm, far from Half-Step King Realm. Wait until you become a Half-Step King. Words won't help you improve. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. By the time his opponent became a Half-Step King, his cultivation base would also be at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. Experiencing the state of being one with the world would allow his profound to advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to cultivate Golden Hurricane to greater completion. Although his soul power wouldn't increase after entering Late Sea of Soul Realm, and thus wouldn't be able to directly increase the offensive power of Sword Control Art, the might of Sword Control Art had only just begun. Later there would be 5 swords, 7 swords, 9 swords, 49 swords, 81 swords, and even the Supreme 100 swords. At that time, even he himself couldn't estimate how much his strength would grow. Let's go. Lu Wujin knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. A loss was a loss. Only by defeating the opponent in the future could he redeem his dignity. Let's go. Gu Lai let out a deep breath and fearfully glanced at Yi Chen before leaving with the multicolor-robed woman, chasing after Lu Wujin. Before leaving, the multicolor-robed woman was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Yi Chen would look for trouble with her. This person was too frightening. Once the 3 left, Yi Chen slightly calmed his blood and qi and recalled the previous battle. Without a doubt, Lu Wujin's strength was extremely astonishing. Without using Sword Control Art, he could only rely on his undying body to suppress his opponent and slowly exhaust him to death. As his cultivation base increased, he increasingly felt the reliability of the undying body. Although the undying body couldn't directly increase his strength, it was much better than directly increasing his strength. Even if his opponent was stronger than him, he wouldn't need to be afraid. If they were to truly fight to the death, the victor and the loser were still unknown. Unfortunately, he still couldn't comprehend the second layer of the undying body, limb regrowth. Once he comprehended it, as long as his head was fine, the rest of his body could rapidly regrow. His survivability would increase tenfold, and even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't match, he would have a high chance of escaping with his life. However, he wasn't anxious. He had a premonition that once he broke through to Late Sea of Soul Realm, he would have the qualifications to comprehend limb regrowth. In the boundless void there was no sign of life. At the far end of the void, a colossus was rapidly approaching. From a close distance, this colossus seemed like a small plane. Its periphery was slightly transparent, and one could vaguely see the mountains and rivers inside, as well as the huge building at the center. The small plane's speed was extremely fast, and it was followed by a row of gray chi waves. As the chi waves surged, even the spatial power in the void was pushed aside. Even if a half-step king were careless and brushed by the gray chi waves, they would turn into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. According to the direction and speed of the small plane, it would arrive in the sky of Sky Marshal region in about a month. As the small plane approached, the finger hole left behind by Four Extremes' Great Emperor flickered, seemingly sensing an invisible aura. A subtle connection was established between the two. At the border of North Sea and True Spirit Continent, a figure was rapidly approaching. Wherever it went, it left behind runes condensed from Zhenyuan, flickering and flickering, looking extremely mysterious. Swish. The figure suddenly stopped moving and stood in the void. This was a young man with a jade-like complexion, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. In between his eyebrows, there was a glazed rune. This rune wasn't just for show. It allowed the young man to have an unfathomable connection with the world, as if he was one with the world. I've arrived at True Spirit Continent. This is my first time here. The young man's gaze swept through the surroundings. The surrounding islands and seawater were no secret to him. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Courting death. His gaze slightly paused and the young man sneered. Kill? Hundreds of martial artists flew over from all directions. The lowest realm was at the astral reaching realm, while the highest was at the peak of Late Sea of Soul realm. This was a gang force. To be more precise, it was the biggest pirate force at the border between North Ocean and True Spirit Continent. They specialized in killing passing experts and robbing their wealth. Encountering them, even a peak master would have to flee in panic, not daring to face them head-on. Haha, another fat sheep has arrived. The leader of the pirates was an ugly man with a full beard. This month they had already killed 7 or 8 Sea of Soul realm experts. The strongest among them was a Sea of Soul master who had a bit of fame in the continent. However, if they ran into the black murder bandits they would only be dead. Kill for me. Without saying any nonsense, the black slaughter bandits waved their hands, ordering their subordinates to attack together and kill the other party. Courting death. A cold light flickered in the young man's eyes. With a slap of his hand, a glazed palm energy condensed into a twisting rune, bombarding the group on the right. Puchi. The might of the palm energy turned into a rune was too powerful. At least 30 to 40 people were turned into flesh and blood, their bodies igniting and turning into ashes. So powerful. The black slaughter bandit's pupils shrank. While he was in a daze, the young man had killed more than 200 black slaughter bandits in succession. As for the black slaughter bandits' attacks, they couldn't even touch his body, as they were all evaded by an unfathomable movement skill. There's a troublesome opponent. Retreat. As the black slaughter bandit spoke, he had already turned around to flee. You think you can escape? With a few flickers, the young man caught up to the black slaughter bandit's back. Extending his palm, he easily shattered the bandit's protective Zhenyuan and grabbed his head. Mercy. The black slaughter bandit's face turned pale. Puchi. The young man's 5 fingers tightened. Starting from the bandit's head, a glazed flame ignited and soon turned him into ashes. The scenery hundreds of thousands of li away flashed through his eyes. 1 million li, 2 million li, 9 million li. The situation of the savage mountain range fell into his eyes. The forbidden place has appeared. This strand of Qi is the Emperor Qi of Four Extremes Emperor? Four Extremes Emperor was famous throughout the ages. His Emperor Qi was unique and could not be mistaken. Zunder's fortune is here. Those old guys should show up now, right? His pupils returning to normal, the luxuriously clothed man's eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Something that could make him calculate was definitely not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could stop. Only kings at the same realm could stop him. Evil King Pavilion, Back Mountain Ancient Temple. A young man with long and narrow eyebrows walked out. Haha, I haven't fought for dozens of years. I wonder how much those guys have improved. Yan Qingshen, you won against me last time, but it might not be the same this time. As the young man walked out, the plants around the ancient temple started to grow strangely. They were filled with evil Qi as if they had turned into monsters. At the end of the eastern sea there was a space full of holes. Some were big, some were small, some were flat, and some were round. They were constantly changing, and from time to time, a horrifying surreal turbulence would shoot out, as if a huge piece of cheese had been imprinted in the surreal space. In the depths of the space, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was no sign of him waking up. However, the death Qi on his body was gradually decreasing, and his vitality was increasing. He no longer looked like a rotten tree but an old tree in the spring. At the same time, all the kings in the Sky Martial region felt it. Their eyes flickered as they calculated with different expressions. As for the kings outside the Sky Martial region, they did not feel anything. 5 swords at the same time. Yi Chen had felt a huge shock a couple of days ago as well. However, he was patient and did not pay attention to it. Right now, the most important thing was to train the defensive sword spell to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Everything else was secondary. Chen. Yi Chen pointed out with his right hand, and the gold sword turned into a beam of golden light shooting out of its scabbard. The sword Qi was unstoppable and the surreal space shook a little. The gold sword split into 3 and paused for a second. Then the Zhenyuan gold swords on the 2 sides also split into 2. 5 swords at the same time. Yi Chen had finally trained it to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Although it was still a bit rough, he had succeeded in the end. Go. He pointed out with his finger, and the 5 beams of golden light pierced through the broken top-rank shield in front of him, leaving 5 sword holes on it with smoke rising out of it. It was not over yet. Under the guidance of Yi Chen's soul power, the 5 beams of golden light spread out, dancing and piercing in the air. Each of the swords looked like they were controlled by a powerful sword user. It was impossible to tell that they were made by one person at all, which was quite shocking. Come back. The 5 swords merged into one, and the gold sword was inserted back into the scabbard on Yi Chen's back. I have trained the 5 swords at the same time. I wonder what Murong Qingqing has found out? The shock was not normal. Yi Chen did not go out to ask for information, but Murong Qingqing did. Chapter 7:14. Right at the edge of the Sky Martial region, there was a rank 6 martial institution called the Red Cloud Martial School. The leader of the school was a famous master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. His red cloud palm art was extremely hot and brutal. Normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would be burned into ashes after taking one palm attack from him. A couple of days ago, a huge vibration was heard from the deep end of the Savage Mountains. He made a quick decision and sent out a third of the elite warriors to search for the source of the vibration. He himself did not stay idle either. He gathered half of the powerful warriors in the school and gave each of them valuable pellets and a couple of thunder fire bombs. Once the news arrived, they would leave immediately. Leader. Outside the Crimson Firmament Hall, a person hurriedly walked in. How is it? What news? Master Red Cloud's eyes shone brightly. It was the master he had sent out to search for the source of the vibration. Sect Master, our Scarlet Firmament Gate's luck has come. In the depths of the Savage Mountain Range, there is a huge moving forbidden area. The moving forbidden area collided with the spatial barrier and stopped, revealing a gap. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi inside is incomparably dense, and there are spirit herbs and spirit trees everywhere. There are spiritual herbs and spiritual trees everywhere? Master Red Cloud gasped. The moving forbidden place was huge. Obviously, the spirit plants and trees were just side effects. But it was still shocking enough. Good. Luck has come and you can't stop it. You take us to the source of the vibration. Once it is done, we will try our best to help you reach Late Sea of Souls realm. You will be rewarded as well. Yes. Thank you, leader. The man looked excited. He had been stuck at peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm for decades. He had been affected by his potential and comprehensive ability. If he wanted to reach late Sea of Souls realm, it would take him at least a few decades of hard work. But, with the full support of the Red Cloud Martial School, it would not be hard for him to reach late Sea of Souls realm. The Savage Mountain Range was not big, and it could not be compared to the Savage Mountain Range of the northern sector. It was only a small part of the primordial Savage Mountain Range, but the experts of the Scarlet Heaven sect still spent 3 days to reach the depths of the Savage Mountain Range. Raising their heads, everyone saw a shocking scene. Unbeknownst to them, a huge gap had appeared in the sky several hundred meters above them. This gap was polygonal in shape, with the widest part being over 100 meters, and the narrowest part being 7 to 8 meters. The edges of the gap were filled with cracks, imprinted in the air. Below the gap was a huge pit that stretched for an unknown distance, and at the edge of the pit were cracked crystals of various colors. Among the 3 middle-aged men, the one who spoke earlier had the lowest defense. He was immediately burned into ashes by a fireball and a lightning bolt. Don't mind him. Go in. The elder in yellow did not have it easy. The surreal power would increase according to the individual's power. Although it would not surpass his own power, it was still not easy to bear. He had to defend with all his heart, and couldn't care less about the people behind him. The remaining 4 smoothly entered the gap. Strangely, looking from the outside, there were no 4 people inside the gap. Not long after the 4 left, another group of people arrived. Unfortunately, the strongest among them was only a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. They were killed by the surreal power before they could even get close. Soon after, more people arrived, but they were all killed one after another. Those who could successfully enter the gap were few and far between. The next morning, 2 figures appeared on the opposite hill. Their aura was deep and immeasurable. As they blinked, the space around them slightly twisted. They were clearly 2 genuine half-step kings. Ghostwood King, this time the tomb of 4 extreme emperor has appeared. There will be a lot of half-step kings here. Later on there will be even more life and death kings. If you and I want to make a fortune, we have to do it now. The one who spoke was a short, dark-skinned elder. He looked like a midget with a pointy mouth. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a wooden face. His skin was not like a human's but more like a tree's. Gopher King, you like to take advantage of others. If you take advantage of me again, I'll break your legs. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The midget elder chuckled, no, not this time. The tomb of 4 extreme emperor has so many treasures. Why would I want to take advantage of others? Let's go. I hope you're telling the truth. In a courtyard deep in the mountains of Sky Martial region, a youngster with a crystal symbol on his head arrived. Old Feng Towner greets you. The youngster's voice spread out. Soon, the courtyard's gate creaked open. It's Tian. The one who came out was a skinny old man with long hair and fluttering clothes. When he saw the young man, a smile appeared on his face. The youngster said, the tomb of 4 extreme emperor has appeared. Master has asked me to go with you. The tomb of 4 extreme emperor has appeared? Could that vibration be the sign of its appearance? The skinny elder thought about the vibration a few days ago. All right, you and I will go together. Nodding his head, the skinny elder casually closed the door of the courtyard and walked out. Walking side by side with the young man, they flew towards the origin of the tremors, the direction of the Savage Mountain Range. Chapter 7:15. Meanwhile, the mysterious martial school, Hell Martial School, Evil King School, and the other top-rank 5 martial schools had all sent their people to the Savage Mountains. The mysterious martial school was a new school. Before Xianhou became a life and death realm warrior, it was only a rank 6 martial school, which was not as powerful as the other rank 5 martial schools. They did not have that many half-step king warriors and top master level warriors. Therefore, including Yen Feng, there were only 3 of them. Feng, you said that Yi Qin has the power of a half-step king warrior? The one who spoke was a middle-aged lady who looked like she was in her 40s. Her chi was deep like the ocean, impossible to see through. Even when he tried to sense it with his soul power, it was like a whirlpool. Yen Feng nodded, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The middle-aged lady was the great master of the mysterious martial school, Qing Lu. She was also a half-step king warrior herself, and she had a very high status. She used to be the leader of the mysterious martial school and Xuanho's teacher. After Xianhou became a life and death realm warrior, she gave up her position to Xianhou while she became the great master herself. Hearing her, Qinglu thought about it and said, "We do not have a lot of people, we can invite him in." Although she was a half-step king warrior, if they ran into people from other parties she might not be able to make it out, since she was not the only half-step king warrior. All right. Yan Fengfeng thought about it then nodded. In the past couple of days, Murong Qingqing did not get any news, since the source of the vibration was too far away from the city they were living in. The two were not in a hurry either, since the Sky Martial region was only this big. They would probably get some news in a couple of days. Yi Chen used this opportunity to continue training his 5 sword attacks, trying to reach the level where he could use them as he wished. On this day Yan Fengfeng and Qing Lu arrived at the city Yi Chen was living in. Inside the yard, the 5 sat in the pavilion in the middle of the green water. Yi Chen greets Senior Qing Lu. After knowing Qing Lu's identity, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had not expected that this person would be Xuanho's teacher, the former leader of the mysterious martial school. Qing Lu laughed, "Don't be shy. Qingxian thinks highly of you. She said that you are the one with the most hope to reach life and death realm within 5 years. 5 years? Senior Yan overestimates Yi Chen. Yi Chen forced a smile. Although he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the life and death realm, he did not have the confidence to do so within 5 years. Qing Lu said, "Don't look down on Qingxian's words. Her words will most likely come true. I have seen it many times." "Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yan." Yi Chen smiled. After taking a sip of the tea, Qing Lu asked, "Yi Chen, what rank is your sword intent?" "Feng said that you have the destruction sword intent, is it true?" Yi Chen said, "That's right, it's the 5th step destruction sword intent." Although she had already heard about Yi Chen's situation from Yan Fengfeng, but hearing it from Yi Chen himself, Qing Lu was still very surprised. Rank 5 sword intent, and it was the destruction sword intent, its power was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent. It was a level that even most of the life and death realm warriors could not reach. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Qingxian is one and so are you. Qing Lu sighed. Yi Chen asked, "Senior Qing Lu, what are you here for?" Yan Fengfeng answered for Qing Lu, "Yi Chen, do you know what is the source of that vibration?" "I'm trying to find some information." "What is it?" "The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor has appeared. The vibration was caused by the moving forbidden place hitting the space wall. Right now, all of the rank 5 martial institutions in the Sky Martial region should know about it. The others will come a bit later. My teacher and I are here to explore the tomb. Therefore we would like to invite you and Murong to join us. What do you think?" "The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor?" Yi Chen did not think too much as he nodded, "All right." He had the 3rd movement of the void-shattering finger art, as well as a white key from the Aries constellation. The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor was his fortune, so naturally he would not let it go. Even if Senior Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng did not come to find him after a while, he would still go. Qing Lu said, "This time the trip to the tomb will be very dangerous. There will be a lot of half-step king warriors joining us. Although some of them might not be able to reach the life and death realm in their lifetime, their power is unpredictable. Therefore they are always in closed-door training. Therefore their lives might be in danger." "I know." Yi Chen nodded. He was not that far away from the late seas of Soul's realm. It was just that there seemed to be a layer between them that he could not break through. With this opportunity he might be able to make it. Once he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, even if he ran into a half-step king warrior, he would be able to escape unscathed. As for the weaker half-step king warriors, it would be hard to tell who would win. "Murong, what about you?" Yi Chen was a bit worried about Murong Qingqing. "I will go with you." Murong Qingqing replied. "All right then." Although Yi Chen was afraid that Murong Qingqing might be in danger, he knew that Murong Qingqing's survival ability was not weaker than anyone else's. Not only did she have the perfect demi-demon bloodline and demon power, there was also a lot of demon power essence from the Demon King inside her body. With Murong Qingqing's endurance right now, once she used it, it would be even more powerful than before. Just like that, the 5 of them headed toward the Savage Mountains. Before, Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng were not that powerful. But with Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, they had become a whole new level stronger. Yan Fengfeng was one of the top 5 warriors in the master-level warrior ranking, and Murong Qingqing's demon power qi was very powerful as well. Adding Yi Qin, who was invincible below the half-step king warrior realm, they would not be weaker than any group of warriors, unless there were two half-step king warriors. When they reached the deep end of the Savage Mountains, it was already a week later. Haha, mysterious king, you are here as well. In the distance, 7 human figures flew over. Their qi carried a hint of evil qi, giving people a feeling of being both righteous and evil. Gold Absolute King, if you can come, why can't I? Qing Lu's title was Mysterious King. All of the half-step king warriors were backup life and death realm warriors, so they could be called kings. And the one she called Gold Absolute King was the great master of the Evil King Martial School, the Evil King's teacher uncle. His power was unpredictable, and he used to be her old rival. The Gold Absolute King landed on a mountain not far away. He studied Qing Lu and the people next to her, then laughed. 5 of you? Not bad. I thought there were only 3 or 4 of you. Having more people is not always a good thing. What matters is quality, not quantity. Qing Lu said with a smile. Aha, there is no use in talking. My Evil King Martial School has always been more powerful than your mysterious martial school. Talking about elites, we have more of them. The Gold Absolute King had not come out for a long time, and no one had mentioned Yi Chen to him. Therefore he did not know about Yi Chen and what he had done. Right next to the Gold Absolute King were 6 people. 2 young people, 2 middle-aged people, and 2 old people. Among the 2 young people, Yi Chen actually knew one of them. It was none other than Xikong Sheng, who had not shown up for a long time. Right now, Xikong Sheng had a blank expression on his face. He did not have that arrogant temperament that he used to have. However, with Yi Chen's eyesight, he could naturally tell that when Xikong Sheng saw him, his eyes flickered a little, but strangely, he did not show any expression. For Xikong Sheng to be called here, his power must have reached the top master level. I wonder how he made it this far. It was not that Yi Chen was looking down on Xikong Sheng. It could only be said that after seeing so many martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, Yi Chen had already become numb. With Xikong Sheng's talent, he might not even be in the top 10. Therefore, the fact that he had the top master level power had surprised him. Right next to Xikong Sheng was a young man with embroidery on his face. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was not as expressionless as Xikong Sheng. Instead, he was curiously checking out Yi Chen, giving people a kind of frivolous and carefree look. That might not be the case. Things are different now. We will go first. Qing Lu did not plan to argue with the Gold Absolute King anymore. She flew towards the gap in the air first. Yi Chen and the other 3 followed right behind her. Rumble. The surreal power at the edge of the gap had sensed a powerful individual power approaching. Beams of surreal lightning, surreal fire, and surreal wind rushed out, attacking the 5. Before this, Qing Lu had already warned the other 3 to be careful of the surreal power. Therefore the 4 behind her did not panic. They all pushed their protective Zhenyuan to the limit, and increased their speed instead of slowing down. Be careful. Yi Chen's body flashed once, appearing on the right side of Murong Qingqing. The attacks around here were very intense. Murong Qingqing's face was a bit pale as she said, I am fine. Although her protective demon power was very powerful, way more powerful than normal peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warriors, she did not have a semi-extreme rank armor after all. So, it would not be easy for her to handle the surreal power. The good thing was that she still had the darkness sky cover. The dark profound had a great effect on absorbing the surreal power. As for Yi Chen, his cultivation was not that high, only at peak level mid-Seas of Souls realm. But he had the semi-extreme rank armor, the dragon bone defense layer, and the undying body. So, it would be a lot easier for him to handle the surreal power attacks. On the other hand, Yen Fengfeng's real body was a blue phoenix, which was the top of the top rank. Within these 2 years she had already reached rank 10 from rank 9, which made her one of the most powerful rank 10 beasts. Her body was extremely powerful, and her protective beast power was not any weaker than Murong Qingqing's protective demon power. Besides that, she had also gotten a semi-extreme rank armor from the Treasure Holy Tower, which made her even more powerful. The most difficult one would be Lin Gaoming, the leader of the Mysterious Peak, who was not weak at all. He was also at peak level late Seas of Souls realm. Unfortunately, he did not have a semi-extreme rank armor as well, so he could only use his rich Zhenyuan to hold on. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Within a blink of an eye, the 5 had been attacked dozens of times. They managed to enter the gap with difficulty and disappeared without a single death. Wow, no wonder they are so arrogant. The Gold Absolute King wanted to see a joke, but he did not get to see it. Gold Absolute King, these years the mysterious martial school has been catching up with your evil king martial school. It is natural for them to be arrogant. Another group of people arrived from the distance. This group of people were all wearing black robes. 5 of them had a huge prison word written on their chests. Although the other one did not have it, it was written on his sleeve. He was from the Hell Martial School. The power of the Hell Martial School was even more powerful than the Evil King Martial School. The leader of the school was also a king warrior from the same generation as Su King. His cultivation was comparable to the old Dragon King. The Hell King had inherited Jailer's legacy, and was good at sealing. His most powerful martial art was the Sky Hell Sealing Great Art, which was extremely horrifying. Mu Yunhe, who had been with Lin Tian and had a conflict with Yi Qin before, was indeed the head disciple of the Hell Martial School. However, he was not among the 6. Punishment King, long time no see. The Gold Absolute King squeezed his eyes. The mysterious King Qing Lu's power was indeed unpredictable. However, compared to the Punishment King, he was more afraid of him. He was an executioner who had mastered a part of the Hell Martial School's sealing art. Fighting against him, even if he won, he would be severely injured. It has been a long time indeed. But now is not the time to talk nonsense. My Hell Martial School will go in first. You people from the Evil King Martial School, you better not run into us, and you better not fight with us for anything. Otherwise I will let you taste my punishment. Who will be the unlucky one? The Gold Absolute King was not someone who would be scared easily, so he said without hesitation. See you in the forbidden place. The Punishment King laughed out loud and entered the gap. Along the way, one of them puked out blood due to severe injuries. Unfortunately, he did not die. Let's go in as well. The Gold Absolute King led his people into the gap as well. Chapter 7:16. Outside the gap, Yi Qin and the other 4 could see what was inside. There were spirit plants everywhere and spirit trees were all over the place. But after entering, they realized that the place they were in had nothing to do with what they were seeing. It was obvious that those sceneries were refracted from the space, and they did not know where they were in the forbidden place. This place was a boundless plain. Strong gales whistled through the air, creating a sharp piercing sound. Be careful, we are already inside the spell. Qing Lu was very knowledgeable, so she could tell with one glance that there was a massive spell covering the whole plain, and there were a lot of smaller spells within it. Because of the high level of the spell, it had already merged with the nature. Without great eyesight and knowledge, one would not be able to tell. This should be a mimicry spell. Yi Qin nodded. You know? Qing Lu looked at Yi Qin with surprise. The fact that Yi Qin knew about the spell had already surprised her a lot. But he not only knew about the spell, he even knew what kind of spell it was. There were a lot of spells, and one of them was the mimicry spell. It could use the power of the spell to mimic all kinds of living beings such as humans, beasts, or some other weird living beings. The power of these simulated living beings would be related to the rank of the spell. The higher the rank of the spell, the more powerful they would be. The more powerful the spell could even mimic living beings with the power of a life and death realm warrior and kill them. I know a little, Yi Qin said vaguely. His soul power was 5 times more powerful than normal people, and its quality was equivalent to the soul power of a life and death realm warrior. Naturally, he could tell if there was a spell on the plane. As for being able to tell the type of the spell, it was because of the spell knowledge that the Battle King had imprinted in his brain. He only needed to sense a little bit to know that it was a mimicry spell. Alright, let's go. Qing Lu put away her surprise and said to the 4. Yes, teacher. Yan Feng was not surprised at all, since Yi Qin had a lot of secrets. After walking for a while, the 5 saw a gray-white stone tablet. There were 4 big words written on it, Grey Wolf Plain. Qing Lu said, if I have guessed it right, this should be the Grey Wolf spell set up by the 4 Extreme Emperors Grey Wolf King. What it mimics is a demonic wolf. Everyone please be careful. After walking for a while, the wind on the plain was getting stronger and stronger. In the distance, 7 gigantic greenish-gray wolves, each the size of an adult elephant, ran over. These gigantic wolves had extremely long fur, and when the wind blew, it looked like greenish-gray flames were burning. Their eyes were ferocious and cruel, and they flickered with a blood-red light. The first one to jump over was the wolf on the left. It threw out a claw attack and the green-gray claw light covered all 5 of them. Its battling power was not weaker than normal Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors. Die. Qinglu ignored it. She waved her right hand and threw out a palm attack. That condensed palm power was like crystal, sweeping across the ground. Including the other wolves, all of them were shattered by that horrifying palm power. On the ground there was a deep plow mark. Half-step King Warrior Jin Yuan was indeed horrifying. Yichen finally knew the power of the half-step King Warrior. Not to mention the others, just their Jin Yuan alone was already something that peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warriors could not compete with. It could already be solidified, and the density of the Jin Yuan had increased by more than 5 times. Besides that, Yichen realized that the space inside the forbidden place was more than 10 times more stable than the space outside. Normally, the attacks from master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to twist the space. But inside the forbidden place, even Qinglu, who was a half-step king warrior, could not move the space at all. Qinglu had also sensed the stability of the space, so she frowned slightly. The 5 of them flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Before those wolves could even get close, they had already been shattered by Qinglu, who was a half-step king warrior. However, it was very obvious that the power of the Ash Wolf formation had just begun to show. At the end of the horizon, densely packed black shadows were moving over like a black tide. When they got closer, they realized that they were all huge ash wolves. With a rough glance, the number of ash wolves that were running over was at least 800 if not 1,000. The surging demonic energy caused the sky above the ash wolf plains to be pitch black. One wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them. Only pairs of red eyes could be seen, as though they were vengeful ghosts. Everyone be careful. Try not to get separated. Right then, Qinglu did not dare to be careless anymore. These wolves that were made with the power of the spell did not have long-range attacking power. It seemed like they could only fight in close combat. However, there were almost 1,000 Sea of Souls realm master-level wolves jumping over, so no one dared to be careless. Mysterious Sky Spell. The wolves could not attack from a distance, but Qinglu could. She formed a spell with both of her hands, and a shocking Jin Yuan vibration spread out from her hands. Go! After forming the spell, Qinglu pushed both of her hands toward the wolf pack. There was no earth-shattering sound, but a weird palm print appeared in the middle of the moving wolf pack. It covered hundreds of meters in radius, and at least dozens of wolves had been killed by it. It did not mean that his power was already more powerful than her. It was just that the defensive sword spell was too powerful. It was not like the normal attacks where he would have to pause for a second after each attack. However, the defensive sword spell was completely controlled by soul power, and there was no pause at all. Wherever it went, it would be more horrifying than a lawnmower. This is the defensive sword spell. Qinglu's pupils shrunk. With such a huge movement, it was impossible for her not to notice it. Yi Chen's killing speed was unimaginable. A normal defensive sword spell would not be this powerful. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Yi Chen must be a soul warrior. The defensive sword spell's power would increase exponentially in his hands. 500, 300, 100. Soon there were only less than 100 wolves left out of the 800. The density of the wolves had decreased a lot, and the pressure on Murong Qingqing and the other 2 had decreased a lot as well. Landing print. Qinglu once again formed a spell. In the midair, 100-meter square crystal palm print appeared, smashing down at an extreme speed. The second it landed on the ground around it started to shake. A circular shockwave spread out in all directions. Out of the less than 100 wolves, half of them were killed. The rest of the wolves were much easier to deal with, as they were all shattered. Waiting until all the wolves had been killed, Qinglu let out a breath and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "With your power, you would be able to threaten even normal half-step king warriors. This trip to the graveyard, perhaps you would be the key." Facing a powerful enemy, Qinglu would definitely be stalled by the demi-king warriors and would not be able to take care of them. But with Yi Chen there, it would be much easier. Basically, no one below the demi-king warrior would be his opponent. And normal demi-king warriors, Yi Chen would be able to use his defensive sword spell to fight with them. "I will try my best." Yi Chen nodded. Then the 5 of them continued to move forward. In front of the Grey Wolf Plain was a lava land. The whole world was red, and there would be hot lava shooting out from time to time, burning the sky red. Caw caw caw, in the sky horrifying bird cries were heard. Countless massive fire birds jumped toward the skinny elder and the young man with the colored symbol on his forehead. Their faces were slightly flushed. Although it was not dangerous, it was not easy either. These firebirds were stronger than the wolves on the Tsang Plain. Their speed was also faster than the wolves. When they swooped down, they were even faster than lightning. If it were not for their tyrannical strength, they would have already fallen here. 5 symbol palm. The young man's body was surrounded by the colored symbol, blocking out the firebird's attacks. Meanwhile, he himself pushed his Zhen Yuan and threw out a palm attack. Pa, pa, pa. 5 twisted symbols were thrown out in the midair. Those firebirds were hit by the symbols, and their bodies were shattered into pieces. Then they were covered by the colored flame and burned into ashes. The young man's colored flame was way more powerful than the firebirds. Wind Tooth. The thin old man was much stronger than the young man. He waved his hand and a violent storm appeared out of nowhere. It rolled into a ball, and from time to time, crescent moon-like wind blades would burst out from the storm and sweep across the sky. They swept down a large number of firebirds and cleared the sky. Suddenly, a loud noise came out from the protective layer. Qing Lu's face turned pale and her body froze. It turned out that there were 3 firebirds that were a couple of times bigger than Lu Wujian. Their power was not that much weaker than Lu Wujian's. They were attacking the protective Zhen Yuan layer together, stopping the 5 from breaking through. Star-picking hand. Qing Lu yelled. Her left and right hands were like butterflies flying through the air, breaking the necks of the 2 firebirds. The intense chi explosion had blown away the other firebird as well. Sword control art. Yi Chen seized the chance to activate his sword spell, and the golden sword pierced through the bird's body. Go! There was no time to lose. The firebirds behind them had already caught up, so the 5 increased their speed and flew into the distance. Soon they had left the firebirds behind them far behind. Behind the gray wolf plain was a land of lava. Behind the land of lava was a misty white fog. The fog had the effect of isolating soul power. When one was in the fog, one would not be able to distinguish one's position. One would also not know which direction to walk in to get out of the fog. The White Sheep King, who was under the command of the 4 Extreme Emperor, is good at illusion spells. The spell that he had set up must be an illusion spell. It does not have any attacking power, but it could trap people inside. If they could not break it, then they might even die of old age inside. This is bad. Qing Lu did not have that kind of power like Shinho. Although she knew a thing or two about illusion spells, she was not that good at it. On the other hand, who was the White Sheep King? He was a powerful beast king in the ancient times, and before he was taken over by the 4 Extreme Emperor, he had dominated the world. Even king warriors at the same level would have to be cautious of him, afraid of falling into his illusion spell. Right now, the most powerful one among the 5 was only the half-step King Qing Lu, so how could she break the illusion spell? Let me try. Murong Qingqing stood out. You? Qing Lu looked at Murong Qingqing with surprise. Murong Qingqing's power was indeed not weak, but she had always been low-key, so Qing Lu did not know what kind of power she had. Senior Qing Lu, don't worry. I can handle it. Yi Chen knew Murong Qingqing very well. It could be said that the demons from the ancient times were not afraid of illusion spells at all, and Murong Qingqing had also inherited this advantage. Her pair of demon eyes could see through the illusion spell. Walking to the front, Murong Qingqing activated her demon power and transferred it into her eyes. The next second, her pupils turned gold. Her eyesight could see through the illusion spell and into the distance. Let's go there. Murong Qingqing pointed to the left. Let's go. Yi Chen could not trust Murong Qingqing more. Qing Lu and the other 2 hesitated a little bit before following up. After a couple of hours, everyone indeed walked out of the illusion spell. The perfect demi-demon bloodline is indeed worthy of its name. You have the special features of humans, but also inherited the demon's advantage. Qing Lu was completely convinced by Murong Qingqing. When exploring an unknown place, it was the most annoying thing to not be able to see or hear. But with Murong Qingqing here, she would not have to worry about it. Senior, you are flattering me. Ever since she got together with Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing no longer covered her face. She had covered her face before because she had made up her mind. Before she met the person she loved, she did not want to show her face to too many people. Right now, a smile appeared on her face. So beautiful. Just like Qing Shen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though Qing Lu was a woman, she could not help but compliment in her mind. Just like that, the 5 of them passed 3 spells and arrived at the last one. This spell was made by the leader of the 4 kings under the 4 extreme emperor, the Sky Scorpion King. It was called the Sky Scorpion spell. The Sky Scorpion spell was also an imitation spell, but it was not hard to imagine that the imitation spell made by the Sky Scorpion King would be way more powerful than the Ash Wolf King and the Firebird King. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder and the young man were having a hard fight. Their opponent was a huge scorpion beast. Normal scorpion beasts would not be able to make them fight hard. This scorpion beast had already surpassed rank 10, and was between rank 10 and rank 11. It was a half-step scorpion king which was extremely powerful. The black beast power could be solidified and condensed on the black shell, which had an extremely high defense. The huge shell was extremely heavy, and its tail was even harder to defend. 5 symbol palm. The young man controlled the natural Yuan Qi and threw out a palm attack on the shell of the half-step scorpion king. Boom. The twisted symbol had only broken a part of the black solid beast power, but it did not hurt the half-step scorpion king at all. Done, or you hold it down. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. The skinny elder did not want to waste time with the half-step scorpion king. He was sure that if they really wanted to waste time, it would not be them killing the half-step scorpion king, but the half-step scorpion king killing them. The half-step scorpion king's beast power storage was way more powerful than theirs, plus with the support of the Sky Scorpion spell, it was like a fish in the water. All right. The young man nodded with his teeth clenched. The area covered by the Sky Scorpion spell was a barren land. After walking for 1,000 miles, Yi Qin and the other 4 had already been attacked by 5 to 6 groups of scorpion beasts. Judging on the power, they might not be that much more powerful than the Firebird, but they were the best at attacking. Their unstoppable tail was also unpredictable, like a hidden killer in the dark. With just a little bit of carelessness they would be killed. Most importantly, the defense of the scorpion beast was not something that the Firebird and the Grey Wolf could compete with. After killing groups after groups of scorpion beasts, the 5 of them had consumed a lot of Zhenyuan. Fortunately, the 3 of them had brought enough Zhenyuan pellets before they came, and Murong Qingqing had the demon essence inside her body, which allowed her to recover her demon power at an extremely fast speed. Therefore it would not be a problem for a while. Just when the 5 of them had killed the 7th group of scorpion beasts, a cluster of black clouds suddenly appeared from the deep mountains. Inside the dark clouds, there was a small mountain-sized scorpion beast. It was not only 10 times bigger than before, but its black beast power could even solidify, like a layer of black armor covering its shell. It had a pair of huge plates, each of which was the size of a house. They were clamped together, bringing with them a metal clashing sound. The long tail on its back was floating in the dark clouds, the hook shining with a purple light. It was obviously poisonous. Half-step Scorpion King. Qing Lu frowned. There were half-step king warriors among the humans, and there were also half-step beast kings among the beasts. Qing Lu had not expected that there would be a half-step Scorpion King in this Sky Scorpion spell. Although this half-step Scorpion King's chi was not that powerful, and its beast power cultivation was just below the middle of the half-step beast kings. However, in the same realm between half-step king warriors and half-step beast kings, the half-step beast kings would be a lot more powerful. Plus, the half-step beast king would be inside the Sky Scorpion spell, which would allow it to use its power as much as it wanted. The half-step Scorpion King that was formed by the Sky Scorpion spell did not know how to talk. Its body flashed once, bringing along rolling dark clouds as it attacked towards the 5. When it got close to the 5, the half-step Scorpion King threw out a claw like a pair of huge scissors. Piss off. Qing Lu's right hand shone with a dark blue light as she threw out a palm attack onto the Scorpion King's claw, bringing up a metal exploding sound that made people cringe. The half-step Scorpion King was indeed a half-step Scorpion King. After exchanging one attack with Qing Lu, it had only backed out for dozens of meters and was not wounded at all. The tail hook on its back suddenly appeared from the left side, drawing an arc in the air as it attacked towards Murong Qingqing and Yi Qin. Go! Yi Qin's reflexes were extremely powerful. The second the tail hook moved, he had already put up his sword fingers. His gold sword flew out of its scabbard, blocking out the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Landing spell. Qing Lu did not back out at all. She formed a spell with both of her hands and a huge crystal palm print fell from the sky. It landed heavily on the back of the half-step Scorpion King, making it sink down like a huge mountain. Let's go. After one attack, Qing Lu did not want to waste time with the half-step Scorpion King anymore, so she tried to leave. Unfortunately, although the half-step Scorpion King was restricted by the Sky Scorpion spell and could not attack from a distance, its long tail hook could reach out very far, landing heavily on Qing Lu's half-step Zhen Yuan. Boom. Qing Lu backed out for dozens of steps, her face slightly pale. The protective Zhen Yuan layer outside of her body had been corroded. The poison on that tail hook was indeed powerful, being able to corrode even half-step King Warrior's Zhen Yuan. It was not hard to imagine that once the body was invaded by the poison, it would turn into a pile of white bones within a second. It was like a celestial sphere, and in the middle of it, there was a dark blue energy core. The power was hidden inside. Go! Qing Lu yelled and threw out a palm attack. Whoa! The attack that was similar to an armillary sphere let out a shrill sound, heavily bombarding the head of the half-step Scorpion King. The halo around it was like a steel blade, continuously cutting through the opponent's demonic energy armor. When the halo's power was exhausted, a large hole had already been opened up on the Scorpion King's shell, and the dark green energy core had drilled into it. Boom. In the next moment, the half-step Scorpion King's head exploded, and its body twitched incessantly until it vanished into thin air. Amazing. Yi Chen sighed inwardly at how terrifying this attack was. No wonder it took such a long time to prepare. After killing the half-step Scorpion King, the 5 of them were unobstructed. There was no longer anything that could block their way. Storm Spear. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder had finally finished his preparation. He was holding a long spear that was made of black wind. The long spear kept shaking, and the tip of the spear kept on lengthening, like a poisonous snake's tongue. Go. Using his right arm, the elder threw the spear towards the Scorpion King. Crack. The Scorpion King was pierced through, and it was instantly torn into pieces by the exploding wind blades. Go. The elder's face was slightly red, it seemed like he had used up a lot of energy. Behind the mountains and rivers was a twisted layer of thin film reflecting countless scenes. Oh. Yi Chen and the other 4 hesitated a little bit before they all jumped in. It was like going through a layer of water, the 5 of them appeared in a new environment. Oh. Taking a deep breath, the 5 of them had shocked expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the world seemed to have expanded a lot. As far as their eyes could see, there were lakes, grasslands, mountains and ribbon-shaped white clouds in the sky, intertwining with the mountains in the distance. Looking up, the sky was clear and the natural yuan qi was extremely dense. It was as if one casual breath was equivalent to a few days of training for a normal warrior. But that was not enough to shock them. What was truly shocking were the spirit plants and trees. On the grassland, the plants were rich and luxuriant. Every single one of them was extraordinarily green, and they could find a cluster of spirit plants with spirit qi every few meters. The spirit qi released by those spirit plants would nourish the normal plants nearby, making every single one of them full of vitality. On the lake, there were duckweeds that were full of spirit qi, and there were elegant green lotuses. On top of the lotuses, there were purple, white, and red lotuses that were competing with each other. Every single one of them had the value to be used as medicine. Under the lotuses there were even fat fishes. Further in the distance, there was an endless stretch of lush trees. In the periphery there were many low-grade spirit trees, and in the depths, there were towering mid-grade spirit trees that stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Even further in, one could faintly see several towering giant trees that pierced through the clouds. Although it was impossible to determine their grade, they were definitely not ordinary. The spirit plants and trees that grew from the tall mountains were obviously better than the grassland, lakes, and forests. On top of every mountain, there was a light that did not dissipate, it was very eye-catching. This is the 7-star blue that has already gone extinct in the outside world. Qing Lu was a former leader after all, so she was very interested in the spirit plants and trees. She squatted down and carefully dug out a light blue plant. Judging from its spirit qi, it should be a low-rank spirit plant. But considering that it had already gone extinct in the outside world, its value would be immeasurable. If she took it out and planted it, she would definitely be able to grow a huge amount of 7-star blue plants. After picking up dozens of 7-star blue plants, Qing Lu finally stood up and put all the 7-star plants into a storage ring with plant patterns on it. She turned around and saw that Yi Chen had actually put all the plants into his storage ring. She laughed and said, Growing spirit plants requires a lot of soil. If you plant them in a pot, the effect would be much worse. I have another plant ring here for you. As she spoke, she took out a ring with plant patterns and threw it to Yi Qin. Plant ring? Yi Qin had heard about this kind of ring before. Storage rings were used to store things, while plant rings were used to grow spirit plants and flowers. The space inside was huge and there was soil under the ground. Sunstones could be hung on top of the ring, which would help the plants to photosynthesize. A low-rank plant ring was even more valuable than a mid-rank storage ring, and there was no market for it. Taking over the plant ring, Yi Qin branded his soul mark on it, then poured his soul power into it. What he saw was a huge space about 10 acres in size. On top of it there were some exhausted sunstones. Below it was black soil. The spirit chi in the soil was very dim. It was obvious that this plant ring had not been used for a long time, and needed to be nourished by the spirit stones. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qin held his hands together to thank her. You are welcome. Even Qing Shen thinks so highly of you. As her master, of course I will not be stingy. Qing Lu chuckled and continued to look for spirit plants. With the plant ring, Yi Qin started to pay more attention to the spirit plants. For the low-rank spirit plants, he only chose some extinct or rare ones to transplant into the ring, 10 of each. This tree, even if it was not a top-rank spirit tree, it would definitely be a top mid-rank one. Of course it was most likely to be a top-rank one. Otherwise, the spirit chi would not be this rich, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank long-life tree. Regardless, they had to go check it out first. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.